Volya Radio. Slava Ukraini!
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a great day. It is currently Friday, January 16th in some of the world, but not all of the world. So we're going to check it out. Sound like a plan? It's a plan. Close that window. All right. Close that window and open two more. All right. So it is 4 o'clock a.m. straight up in Ass Hill, UK. Ass Hill. 4 o'clock straight up. And in Scrotum Torment. I know that sounds really bad, but it's like Pungpina. Pungpina is what it seems like it should be for me. Sweden. Blame Jennie for these. She sent them to me. 5:01 a.m. And in Ukraine, it is 6:01 a.m. And we'll call that belly button Ukraine today. In Hangover Bay, Australia, it is straight at it's 12:01 p.m. in the workers' paradise there. And in at Kinki University in the Osaka, Japan area, it is 1:01 p.m. In Foul Bay, Australia, it is 2:31 p.m. And in Jackass Flat, it is 3:02 p.m. there in Australia, Jackass Flat. In Heart's Content, Newfoundland and Labrador, it is 12:32 a.m. Then reverting back to Thursday, January 15th. In Tight Squeeze, Virginia, it is 11:02 p.m. And in Toadsuck, Arkansas, it is 10:02 p.m. Then in Wet Beaver, Arizona, it is 9:02 p.m. And in Beaverton, Oregon, it is 8:02 p.m. And then in Coldfoot, Alaska, where I'm betting they do have some cold feet at times, especially this time of year, it is 7:02 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house. I hope you all are doing well. Just coming off of, a couple of hours ago, excellent guest we had on the genocide segment tonight. So appreciated her. Not necessarily easy conversation, but amazing good conversation. And how amazing is it that we got to speak with somebody who has actually done mental health therapy with guys who were on the front line and attacked by drones. So it was very good, very specific. It's already up on Spotify, and you can find a link to it on the show advertisement in the first tweet. I replied to that with a link to the Spotify. So anyway, I hope y'all are doing well. Hello, Jeff, and hello, Will. How are you guys doing tonight?
I'm good, Prince. How are you doing? And you're telling me Jennie sent you those town names? Is that correct?
It's shocking, isn't it?
I'd never associated Jennie with being associated with that type of language, but
you need to get to know Jennie a little bit better. The fact that she says anything other than that type of language is amazing.
Yeah, no. No, I was kidding. Hey, Prince, thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate the timestamp, and welcome everybody. Will, I see has gotten a full nest going right now.
Bullish.
Yeah, I'm taking a sabbatical from nest stuffing until Elmo sees fit to grace us lowly Android users with a software update, I guess. So,
you lucky bastard.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's hard jacket getting in, having to load that nest up. It's like cleaning house. So yeah, you have to get it all organized. But I did manage to get up all the ads I wanted to feature, and then of course stuff that will go along with your news summary, and then some other items that I think are worth seeing. Yeah, Jeff is. You're also going to have a sabbatical of a few weeks off from Absurdistan, so we're going to have to flog you like a rented mule today.
Yeah, my schedule's changing just for a little bit. I'll hopefully see it, get a better feel for it here in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, I'll be yeah, I'll have to listen to you on Spotify, I guess. Will so.
Oh, people don't listen to me, and these followers are all imaginary too. So are birds, I think. So yeah, I mean, I've been off for a couple of days, but there's just a whole lot that happens every day, and you know, we you can start with the news summary anytime, but I want to talk about Fedorov a bit,
Okay.
and I also just put something that I won't have to comment about, but I can't believe. Speaking of followers, I looked today because I wanted to see how many followers Freonis had because I laughed so hard that I nearly had some snort of coffee come out my nose. I'll let you watch that cartoon that's just past the ads yourself and see if that generates it for you, and then you can guess on where I laughed because there were multiple good laugh points. But I can't believe Freonis only has like 29,000 followers.
Oh,
The
really?
guy's a rock star as far as making fun of Russians. We really got to help him boost his followers. So if you're listening to me, watch that Freonis thing, and if you laugh, go follow that guy. He's Ukrainian and he's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, nice. I just saw. I scrolled by. I didn't watch it, so I'm definitely interested in taking a look at that one. Definitely.
Well, you can watch it while I rant about something because it's very short, but they're short and good. That's the best satire, short, cutting, and very good.
Nice, nice. Um, yeah, yeah. We do the news, or you want to do this fundraisers first, or
Oh
whatever?
yeah, sorry. I'll do the fundraisers early, and then you can do them late.
Okay.
Uh, the ads we always have up in the overhead, of course, in the nest are um, the volunteer form. We got another volunteer the other day, so that's good. Um, Keep them coming. If you feel like you want to do something with to help Ukraine more, and you don't have any money, but you got some time and you want and a skill you think might help out, let us know. And in about a 5-minute application, I think, and you might be in, like our new Midwesterner Remph, who's wandering around in the background. Um, so other than that, we host books. These books we'll always host from Oleg Varensky and Svet Danam and Gloria Mindok, all of which are, you know, a Ukrainian author of fantasy, a poetry, a book of poetry from Gloria, uh, and a book of short stories from Svet. All good books. Been received various awards, and all of those authors are going to provide their money, their proceeds from those orders online are all going to go to other fundraisers here at Volya, including the first ones went to SBU Alpha. Uh, Also, if you want to support a charity directly, or not a charity, but an entity directly, uh, Richard Woodruff's team at Frontline Kit is an excellent place to put some money. And I'll talk about some of that, why that is in the news later on. Two of our news stories are related to people that have fundraisers today, by the way. um, with well, I'll get them to them both in the news. But Frontline provides drones for Achilles, and they provide really good, high quality ones. They also have got them some vehicles. Richard does humanitarian causes. It's a registered charity in Ukraine, and I've looked through their processes, met their bookkeeper, seen how met all the volunteers that were around in the factory last August, and can tell you that's a bona fide outfit and meets our transparency at requirements to be able to host them in an ad. And you can check their website. They say where the money comes in from and where it goes out almost real time. As does the next fundraiser that's up there, of course, which is the fundraisers from War Doggo. um, The first of those, of course, is the monthly proactive fundraiser. That if you just want to chuck a few dollars every month in through a timed donation each month, those are actually, some people say, better than lump sums because they can plan and budget for what's coming. They can help predict what scale of things they should be able to buy rather than have to wait around and make decisions after the fact. After the fact of a few coming in and having to prioritize them, so it's a good way to donate if you want to do it that way. So you can follow the donation link in the Proactive War Doggo tweet above and sign up to do that, or you can help out his other fundraiser, which is um, an appeal specifically to help out the shotgun training course that Yvonne and Alexandra, his daughter, run. And I put the update from Yvonne Bear up in the nest. Auto translate should work, and you should read that because uh, it's a great update. It talks about what they're doing and where they're going, and it's good evidence that the money we're donating there is getting out into the field where we want it to, because that skill. I haven't talked to anybody since we started funding that thing that didn't say, "Wow, that is an essential skill to have," and proliferate automatic shotguns in the field to help provide the last line of defense against drones. Now, I don't have the two tweets from the two or the two any fundraiser details from Rebecca Makiowski, the medic, one medic we follow, or April Huggett, the other medic we follow. I'll try to find those and plug those up in the nest because they've expired in my list. So I'll refresh those. But those two ladies are always worth helping out too to get the bits and bobs for their units that they can't get efficiently or at all through their military contract channels, and both of those two are actually serving in the Ukrainian military now. So they're always worth the help. So thanks for joining us for this week in Absurdistan. We're going to do the news summary, and then we're going to talk about stuff related to the war in Ukraine. Come up and have a chat with us if you'd like to participate. And questions, comments, anything that's about the war in Ukraine, about the absurdity of Russia. And don't get Absurdistan confused, folks. I know some of you out there are doing that. Absurdistan has to do with Russia, but I don't want to put the flag in the title because I don't want to advertise the name. I don't want to advertise the flag. But yeah, come up and join us if you want to participate. Jeff doesn't bite, and if you want to comment on something that we're missing, we'd be happy to participate in that and help you steer the conversation if you'd like to participate. So Jeff, that's the ads. We'll try to get those in once before we hand over to Mockers too, and over to you for the summary, I guess.
Actually, I think we're being followed by the all-star first responder crew of Midwest and GenesisMan, I believe. But I think I looked at the calendar, but that's we'll look at that. Yeah. So the news summary, is we'll start off with kind of just the tactical battlefield news over the last 24 hours, and then get into the day's kind of geopolitical news related to Ukraine. I'll start out with saying that the ISW report did come out. I took a look at that. It seems like kind of a standard day. No major movements up and down the line. Nothing significant to report there, except for they did.
The only thing I'll note in the ISW stuff that I read in the last couple of days is that they're really doubling down now on any peace agreement related to Ukraine. First of all, they're not interested in a ceasefire.
Oh, right.
And any peace agreement that's related to that will require the reforming of NATO. They're leaving that in their essential demands now, and they get to dictate who's in and out of NATO.
Yeah, and the other thing that the top line for the ISW was just from Gerasimov on up and down the line, just all the lies they're telling about how much territory they're holding or taking, and it's demonstrably untrue, both from the Russian mill blogger side and anybody with two sets of eyeballs. But yeah, just blatant lies on, they still control all of Kupiansk, and it's just, and that's just one aspect or example of their lies. Yeah. So, but yeah, and it's all in an effort to shape just information ops related to this so-called peace plan that's being proposed, and get to their maximalist aims or goals there. So
Yeah, and getting their useful idiot to trumpet
right.
their other disinformation, with the Mango Mussolini stating that the impediment for peace agreements is Zelensky, when in fact, the peace agreement is supposed to be in front of Putin right now.
All right.
And it's always deadly urgent that Zelensky respond right away whenever Trump jumps up about something. But they've published the schedule or they haven't published, but they've said the schedule for Witkoff and Kushner to visit uh, Putin is sometime in January, but they don't say exactly when. So it's obviously a lazy activity for Putin to be able to carry out when and if he wants to. But if Trump says something to Zelensky, you got to come over here right away. Honestly, folks, saying Zelensky is an impediment to peace at this point is beyond absurd. Honestly, Donald Trump is starting to sound more and act more and more like Vladimir Putin every day. I probably don't need to tell you that if you live in America, but it's shocking how much is going on, and the disinformation just that continues to spout from that idiot's face. Because the fact is, and thank you to new assistant to the president's office, Sergei who will be participating in any negotiations going forward. That reminding us that there have been 6 peace agreements put forward by the United States since March 11th, 2025, and Zelensky agreed to virtually to all of them just almost immediately or within days, particularly the one on March 11th, which was just an unconditional ceasefire back before uh, Trump started taking his talking points on matters related to how and when things will work. But remember, March 11, before the August summit in Alaska and sort of those things, where Trump wasn't actually, he was saying absolutely stupid garbage, like when he met with Zelensky last year or the year before that. Uh, but he hadn't been spouting as many Russian talking points. Well, his Russian talking points now are anything he says about Ukraine is basically directly off a Russian talking point, because thankfully he's ignoring Ukraine for the most part, which is really about the best we can hope for. But when he does say something, I didn't react to this the other day because he said, "Oh, the only card Zelensky has is the Donald Trump card." How about fuck you, Donald Trump? Fuck you. I hope he tries to have something done to me like he did to that poor Ford worker for calling him the pedophile protector, when in fact he should have said pedophile in chief. There is credible evidence, and because he's obstructing the release of it so much, there is credible evidence that Donald Trump in fact participated in activities that would be huge, huge crimes related to children. And I don't need to remind you what those say any more about what those exactly might be, because I haven't seen the files directly. But I do know what Epstein was up to and the convictions that have been found there. So this is the guy. I don't want to hear another word from Donald Trump on this on Ukraine. I don't want Ukraine. I don't think Zelensky should travel to meet him. I think he needs to be cut out and isolated, just as NATO should start operating, or the other NATO countries should start operating. Just isolate Donald Trump. Just isolate America. Unfortunately, you have to. And I note that just parenthetically that the Finns have sent two officers to Greenland, and frankly, that might do it, provided one of them's named Simo. But I digress into a rant about a guy who I just won't stay out of my feed and makes me sick. As long as he stops talking about Ukraine, I'll stop saying anything about the mango Mussolini. But frankly, the guy is a menace, a menace. He is an agent of Russia, regardless of whether he's being paid or not, because he couldn't possibly do more for them on a paid basis than he is on a free basis. In particular, destroying the social fabric and institutions of the United States of America. Sorry, Jeff, I had to get that out.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. It's a good one. Well, I think he might have brought up a hand that wants to follow you up on that, Will.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, Will, just hey, everybody. As an American, I work in a little shop, and we all agree, except for one who will not be named, that we want the rest of the world to completely isolate this country. We want economic pressure to not only ruin this regime, but to utterly destroy the attractiveness of its ideology forever. So, what Will was saying, you don't, Will, when you say unfortunately the rest of the world should have to, whatever, treat America as a pariah, you don't have to say unfortunately. It's necessary. Thank you.
Well, it's unfortunate that it has been allowed to occur, I guess is what my point. Sorry, back to the news summary, Jeff. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, yeah. I try to tune him out as much as I can, but it's hard to. But I think Zelensky and his team are doing what they need to do, and they're navigating it the best they can. Let's just say. So that's my opinion. But so yeah. So for as far as the battlefield, what's like I said, last 24 hours. The latest one I saw, Will, there was a few booms. Recent one was Ryazan. Looks like an oil refinery might be on fire. I don't know if you saw that one. Looks like there were a lot of.
So yeah, I did see air alerts in Kursk, in Ryazan, and explosions reported. We're not sure if it's air defense or if it's strikes on the ground. But of course, there is a very large oil refinery in Ryazan and some other defense factories around there. So we'll have to wait and see what comes out of those. But yeah, Kursk also had. I put a tweet about my look at what was up there in southern city of Kursk, because this is the first attack I've seen on Kursk city proper. And I was very curious to find out if it was anywhere near the substation for the nuclear power plant that features quite heavily southwest of the city in my fan fiction for that area. But there are a couple of really juicy targets in the southern part of the city as well. So we'll wait and see.
Okay, good. Let's see, two substations in the occupied Zaporizhia, a 330 kilovolt one at Molochansk, and 150 kilovolt in Primorskaya. Looks like we're both on fire. Pretty good fires there. So it's I think affecting the power supply there, feeding the military there in the south. But yeah, there's some videos.
Yeah, that's those are the interconnector substations between the thermal power plants that are up closer to Berdyansk and Mariupol, and the solar and wind installations that are down along the coast of Azov there, maybe trying to isolate those to reduce overall peak load capacity or something for a while. But yeah, around Berdyansk, there were blackouts.
Good deal. The this is from a couple nights ago. The Atlant Aero plant that was hit in Taganrog. I guess some more satellite imagery came out today. That was hit by both the SBU guys as well as the Ukrainian Navy. But they're saying it did some pretty good damage to some of their main workshops and auxiliary buildings, and that's where they primarily Molnia drones as well as some Orion drones. So
Yeah, they did do some good damage. I put Mark Krutov's Radio Free Europe information up there, and you're right that Taganrog factory makes componentry for both those drone systems, and these buildings that were hit are the new additions since the war began. So clearly, they're the drone manufacturing portion.
yeah. We covered that last night. Like I said, the Alpha guys as well as the Navy took credits. I was curious what was it, the Navy? Where are they firing? Are they firing
Neptunes?
The Neptunes? Yeah, that's what. Okay. Yeah, those would cause a little boom. That's good. Um, the 13th Kartia Brigade of the National Guard put out a video of them up north of Kharkiv. It said over the week they had eliminated basically about 70 what they estimated Russian occupiers. It's about a minute and a half video. We'll see if maybe we can get that up in the nest. Pretty good video. But I guess they were saying that over the week they just kept coming at them, and they were just wiping them out left and right.
Yeah, and Andrew Perpetua also covered this and noted that they kept coming and they kept coming. So Ukraine went into southern Belgorod before they crossed the border and killed a bunch even before they crossed the border.
Well, that I don't know if you listened Snooping and Pooping last night. The Whore published an intercept of a civilian phone call from Belgorod, and on the phone call, they're like, the guy's like, basically, he's like, "Fuck." One of his buddies just went missing. I haven't heard from him in 2 weeks, and basically they were talking about they're killing a bunch of Russian soldiers on their side of the border, and basically the Whore was putting out that, hey, you guys talked about your little what do they call it, buffer zone. You're basically telling the Russian soldiers you're not safe on your side there. So
yeah, you're living in the buffer zone, baby.
Exactly. So we can reach out and touch you there too. So yeah, that's interesting. Let's see, the down in Crimea, Zhankoy, looks like they keep hitting stuff down there, but another substation, the Ostrovskaya substation, just talks about power outages down that area, according to the
that's
local.
the interconnector down through
Okay.
across the isthmus and into Crimea, which has a serious junction in Zhankoy, and services then areas south. Now, of course, they do have power plants in Crimea, several, but being able to balance out your loads and send stuff both ways. So yeah, Zhankoy has always been a target through this war for air defense, the air base, then the rail junctions, and now the power substations as well.
It's like a buffet, I guess.
Zhankoy sits on a very strategic point there in western Crimea and northwest Crimea, and it will be it's an essential strategic point that we'll see Ukrainian eventually.
Right. The next one was interesting. It was up in the in Komi Republic, town called Syktyvkar. I don't know if you saw this one, Will, but a grenade exploded at a training center of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Apparently, a lot of their internal affairs of policemen were injured. 10 were injured, 4 critical, according to the Moscow Times. Now, might have just been an accident. I guess they're investigating, but who
Maybe
knows?
It's ice training.
Yeah. Who knows?
Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, just could have been sabotaged. More than likely an accident, but
one or the other. But well done, Ukraine. If it is that, and maybe even hopefully it's somebody that snuck in from the Finnish side of the border and planted a grenade for them to knock over. When they were in class, or they probably had a training accident and replaced a dummy with a live grenade or something like that. Wouldn't put it past them. But in a confined space, look at how many people can get injured and killed from one grenade.
Right. I'm assuming probably their training safety standards aren't up to snuff either. Let's just say, but
I'd say that's a fair bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
The building was under renovation, but it had nothing to do with that. It doesn't look like.
Gotcha. The next
Going
one's
to need a little bit more work inside as well as the outside. Is all
yeah.
that means.
There you go. The next one was coming from the General Staff. General Sierski announced that they are now moving on to the second stage of their core realignment. If everybody remembers, what was that back in like the probably spring? They talked about moving to a core structure that kind of aligns them with how NATO does business. The first stage is complete, which is all 16 core have been established. I guess all their staffs and everything. So now they're moving on to the second stage, which is probably going to be harder, but that's where they are now going to regroup the brigades under the right parent core. So that's going to take situationally dependent and will probably take some time because you know what I mean. They can't just pull brigades out and regroup them, but
they can do some of them. Some of our favorites. That's my first tie into the news today, which is Tracy SBU fellas. Congratulations to the 429th Achilles. This is the Achilles unmanned systems brigade that we helped advertise through Frontline Kit. Frontline Kit exclusively makes drones for Achilles, and they've been upgraded in the new core structure to be the 429th Unmanned System Brigade, and will allow them to expand their numbers and carry on their really excellent work in the USF forces area.
Oh, good deal. Good deal. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. The next one was Zelensky made some statements as far as procurement of weapons from partners. Let's see. He said expects increase in contributions to the Pro program. I looked it up, and Zelensky said during 2026 they're planning on. Let's see. He stated before that they've needed 15 billion for 2026. So that he's saying basically $1 billion a month is what they're looking like they're needing right now. I guess tied in with that, Albania's foreign minister announced that they're now participating in the Pro program. They might have been kind of one of maybe the last kind of EU or European countries to join that
European
program.
aspirants, right? Or
Is
Albania in the EU already?
I don't know. I'd have to look that one up. Will, but
I'll check.
Okay.
I think it is.
Okay. Let's see. So that
but amazing that even little countries like Albania are putting money into the Pearl program, and that is excellent. That this is all it takes: little drips and drabs from everybody, rather than one big slug from America, and it'll actually make provision of aid more resilient to not get it all from America and just buy stuff that America wants to sell, but the rest of the aid can all come from other directions. It's this is a sort of a bad thing that was forced upon us because the United States changed sides. But in the long run, this actually might be better for the world.
Yeah,
and I say that apologizing to the additional Ukrainians that will die as a result of the delay, but I can't do anything about the delay.
Right. Lexi, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question about that core structure. So does it mean that a force like the Unmanned Systems Force, are they attempting, like right now, they've got such a high proportion of the kills that it sounds like they work over all the different parts of the front line. But I understand a core. Well, two questions then. Is a core assigned to a certain area, one?
Yes.
And two, does the Unmanned Systems Force sort of provide forces or provide operations? What's the relationship between them
Well,
and the Army Corps? Thank you.
the way I understand it, Lexi, is the 16 Corps are each going to have their individual area of responsibility, starting way up in the north all the way down through the south. So you got 16 Corps, basically tied into each other, responsible for that area of the front lines. Now, the way I understand that brigade is they're probably more force providers to those different corps commanders. Probably, I don't know how they chop them up, like by battalion or a company. I'd have to dig a little deeper on that one, but I don't know. Will, do you have a thought on that one, or if not?
So the USF, all the forces have been, drug into a single command underneath Robert Brody. So that includes the 414th, where he was from, the 429th, which I just spoke about, Achilles, and about a dozen other brigades. Now, in fact, I think it would have to be under a corps structure precisely. No, because that would go division. Anyway, brigades are actually not huge numbers. I mean, I realize that Russia and Ukraine used a brigade structure, brigade tactical group thing. That's what Russia used before the war. But a corps structure means 3 divisions and a headquarters. Divisions are, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think 3 regiments. Uh, uh, Regiments are made up of brigades. Brigades are made up of battalions. Battalions, companies. Companies, squad, platoons, and platoons, squads. So we're really talking about quite a lot of number. They will be geographically located all over the map, as Jeff said, but unified under one command, which should allow training. Now, there are other drone units. For instance, this doesn't cover the National Guard. That's a whole, the organic drone units that are attached to the National Guard are a separate, again, from what I'm talking about here. And SBU Alpha is a drone operator, but they don't fall under the structure of the USF because they are not regular USF military areas. So there are some organic drone activities that are attached to other units, but most of the drone units that are in the Corps will be spread around but commanded centrally. And the scoreboard works like that centrally, right?
Yeah, it gets kind of weird, I think, because there's some of them are kind of more or less at the strategic level, like you said, and there's some more tactical, some to air defense, and then, but ultimately, to Lexi's question about the core, that core is going to be responsible for a geographical area, like I said, so the 16 cores up and down the line. So, and then the stage 2 is basically they want to get to where the 3 or 4 brigades that are underneath that core stay with that core. They don't change to different cores. You know what I mean? So you get in a regular rotation. Maybe you got three brigades that are up, one's back refitting, resetting. You know what I mean? And it provides continuity of command too. The command structure knows their commanders underneath them. So that's what they're trying to get to. It's just obviously going to be it's hard to do in the middle of a war. You know what I mean? So Lexi, go ahead.
Yeah, so I know, like, when you read stories about the Second World War and such an army corps was moved into this whole area, and they held this part of France, or they made this move on the Eastern Front or something. So we're familiar with that idea. That the operations of a certain corps are in an area. So I understand what you're saying, that they haven't been doing that, and they're going to try to do that. But so then Azov has become a core, and they're really hot shit. And the Russians might as well give up now if Azov's in this area. But of course, what we've been seeing in this war before this is that when they were having a hard time somewhere, they'd send in Azov, or they'd send in the Third, or they'd send in Da Vinci's Wolves or something, these smaller groups to some place. So, like, just about everybody took had some time, bits of Bakhmut, later on Kupiansk. But now, later on, if in future, supposedly if it works, we're trying to do something like take back Kupiansk. That's in the working area of a certain core, and everybody in their own subgroups will be rotating through the work there, but you're not going to have some, brigade charging in to be a rapid response force, quick response force, because they're having a few problems. And I don't know. I mean, is that the sort of thing that the Russians will be able to become familiar with this corps working in this area of the front?
Yeah, I mean, I guess here would be my take, Lexi, would be that, I mean, it's obviously gonna be fluid. I mean, if different core sector needs additional help, they can attach units from, an adjacent core or whatever, or a core that's not busy might be able to spare, a brigade here and there. So I mean, that's going to be I guess that's why they pay those generals the big bucks to figure out how to best utilize and employ their forces. But yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly, Lexi, but like you said, it's they're trying to get to, like Will said, when the war kicked off, the way I understand it, they were these operational tactical groups, command groups that were kind of ad hoc. And now that it's kind of stabilized, a stable front, they wanted to try to go to the structure. I think there's been some criticism of that, them trying to do that from what I've read. But they think it's going to be more efficient in the long run. So, well, wish them the best, I guess, is what I'll say, Will.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
But shifting to this core structure and cascading it down through all the organization and the other changes they're making is the sort of thing that most countries would never try during wartime, but they decided that the efficiencies were going to be better offset by than the short-term confusion caused, and effort utilization of effort at a time when you would think that everybody'd be just focusing on killing orcs, but this is focusing on being able to kill more orcs in the future.
Yeah, and the one positive thing I did read about it, and it said that it's allowed them to go instead of kind of that ossified level of command that they were at. It's allowed them to promote some younger go-getter commanders that are really good, like that Drupadi guy, to lead a corps. So they've gotten some of their best young commanders into their core leadership is a positive that I've read about that. So let's hope that, I guess, that bears some fruits there.
Agreed.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Moving on now, I think that was the last of kind of the Ukrainian military battlefield. Next stuff I got is more geopolitical related. So let me find my place here. Just a second. Okay. The first news was that Ukraine has announced they're convening an energy Ramstein. This was announced by Foreign Minister Sibia. It says we expect to receive additional contributions and specific commitments from allies. This is obviously related to the energy and power situation right now. Along with that, Italy announced today, this is from their Minister of Foreign Affairs, they're transferring industrial boilers with a capacity of 550 to 3,000 kilowatts for, it says, 1.85 million euro to support the most affected communities. Norway has announced a $200 million package this week, specifically for natural gas purchases and energy equipment procurement. And then Sibia indicated that new bilateral energy aid packages from other partners are expected as early as today, the 16th. So obviously trying to address that need with the
I don't like this idea of every scandal that ever gets created in the world is always named after the Whitewater scandal, or whatever. So everything that works now, they're going to have Ramstein, maybe in their Ramstein format, but I would just say they're going to get regular meetings with their close allies to solve this issue related to power as quickly as possible. And we saw with the donation from Germany the other day.
Right.
Fortunately, the lack of power is getting a much quicker response than had air defense and the other military systems requested previously. This is happening relatively quickly, I think, isn't it, Jeff?
Yeah, it seems to be. It seems to be. um, let's see. Oh, yeah, the news from Poland today announced that they're going to deliver up to 9 of its aging MiG fighters to Ukraine. That came from the Deputy Defense Minister of Poland. Didn't really give a timeline, but I think they're speculating pretty soon. And that's I read that it was basically an exchange that we'll give you these, and you're going to give us some of your drone and missile technology. So win-win for both. The good thing about the MiG-29s is that obviously Ukraine has a lot of experienced MiG-29 pilots, so it's more plug and play than, let's say, another type of airframe. So I see we got Dryfly's joined us. Dryfly, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Just thought I'd just throw one little bit in on that core structure that you guys talked about. I was trying to get up during it. The thing that people have to realize that, yeah, it was problematic. Yeah, it was chaotic a bit, but there's really good reasons to do it in light of where Ukraine is heading in this war, meaning it's going to drag out quite a while longer. And even if it's over per se, or there's a ceasefire or an armistice, it's not really over until Russia says it's over. What the core structure allows them to do is 2 things. One, it allows them to have offense on a much, much larger scale, faster and bigger, okay? So for example, if an opportunity arose or a need where they needed to drive to the Azov, the core structure gives them much, much better ability to coordinate all the different factors of that army group moving forward. It's huge. They have not had that ability because they've really relied on cooperation between smaller groups who may or may not cooperate, even if they want to. They just don't have the ability or the skill or the training. The other one is in defense. If the Russians really make a big thrust somewhere and they're punching through a breakthrough, this gives them much, much bigger army groups to turn around and counter, to come back in and again and do the opposite of an offensive, but sort of in the same way. And I had that explained to me by guys who are armor people over on another site. It was David's guys who had actually been in that role in places like Iraq and then trained under it in places like, in Eastern Europe, during the Cold War. So the key to it is that you have the ability to move much, much bigger forces better, faster. The downside is that it is less effective at that insurgency kind of, throw a small group in and kick some ass in a small area quickly. So when people are looking at this, they have to understand that's the learning curve. And there's going to be some mistakes. There's going to be some issues, but overall, it's a real positive. And I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for those smaller things and insurgency, they already have an SBU and HUR, defense intelligence troops. So it shouldn't provide a gaping hole to go into the structure. And yeah, that's right. Look, if you got a core structure, you've got all those, the things I talked about, divisions, regiments, brigades, battalions. If you've got that many different types of units too, because that's what those are, it essentially allows you to have all the organic elements as part of your structure. That if you've got an objective like go take Mariupol, and it seems to be a reasonably sized force, but you've also got all the interoperability of your units, your drones and your tanks and your artillery and air support and all that sort of stuff tied together under one commander, so that they can absolutely make it more efficient to communicate and work together. But living in that skin for a while and training together is also really important to be able to be really effective. But the organization, they're the experts, I'm not, but the organization, from my reading, should equip them to be more capable on offense, particularly where as and when that becomes necessary.
Yeah. And I think like I talked about in Dryfly, I think you might have mentioned it, but once they get to the stage 2 and they get all those brigades underneath that core commander, now the general knows his colonels, he's worked with them, he's trained with them, The colonels knows all the lieutenant colonels and majors and on down. You know, all the logistics guys, they know how to work together, so it becomes better. Whereas, like I said, at the beginning of the war, it was kind of ad hoc, and you know the commander's like, who is this guy? I've never worked with him. I don't know who he is. I don't know his strengths or weaknesses. So it makes them a lot more efficient once they can get to that point. But again, it's hard to do in the middle of a war. So let's see. Yeah,
Can I add one more
yeah,
thing?
good.
I would say it's actually easier to do in the middle of a war because the training you do in practice is nothing like what you're going to see in a battle. These guys, when they actually learn to trust each other, they're going to learn to trust each other.
Well,
The problem with it is that the risk is higher. If you don't successfully pull it off, you can have some real F-ups.
no,
And we've seen that in a few places.
the,
But overall, they're going to learn at a speed that is so much faster than a Western military ever would just training.
no,
Now, listen,
I agree with that, dry fly. The only issue I'm talking about is the physically getting that brigade that's up in Kharkiv to match up with the corps commander that's down in Kherson. You know what I mean? They've got some brigades mixed up with. You get what I'm saying? That's the hard part.
I do, but what I understand they're doing is that they're actually bringing, they're shuffling it in such a way that they're not necessarily trying to do that. They're moving people from unit to unit as opposed to trying to move them up to their old units because there's so much changeover in people.
Yeah.
Okay. So they'll have like 4 different units working up in Kharkiv that were different units. Now all of a sudden they're all going to be brought under a new guy. The learning curve is learning to work under that new guy, not necessarily bringing guys who used to work under somebody else together. When they actually start operating, and they are on now all the time because they're constantly being attacked, they're honing those skills on a level and a speed that Western military could only dream of doing because you never do that kind of thing in practice. But you do end up having screw ups like Halopoli, where somebody left left, either was bought off or something happened, and it was unfortunate. You know what happened at the bunny years? Somebody got through and somebody didn't. You know, the seams were more problematic because they're learning to deal. But once they get that learning done between each other, they're gonna be much better off, and they're doing it at a speed you could never imagine doing in peacetime. Because in peacetime you'd stop, you'd have classes, you'd talk about it. You know, oh, this has happened and this is why, and then you'd study it some more. I mean, they don't have time to study. They're like, shit, you know, we just got infiltrated. You know, we got to go kill these guys. Oh, and by the way, that was why it happened. You know, now go kill them. And the speed at which they're learning is something that the West could never do right now. You know, listen.
All right, thanks, Dry. Let's see. Moving on, Finland. I think this has been in the news for a little bit, but they've announced they were drawing from the Ottawa Convention with landmines, and will begin purchasing anti-personnel mines, and they plan to produce them. So I'm assuming there's going to be probably a lot of them on that big border there, right, Will? What do you think? Eventually.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
There will be.
Yeah. Let's see. The next one I got is President Macron gave a big talk at one of their military bases. Let's see. A couple of the highlights that were pulled out was he stated that he needs France's defense industry to be more adaptable, and warned some of his local defense firms not to consider the French armed forces as captive customers, because we may seek European solutions if they are faster or more efficient. I was reading a little bit on that. Apparently, France is kind of known for being a little insular as far as only buying French products. So I guess he's maybe putting a warning shot out to the industries to not be what's the word I'm looking for? Comfortable with counting on them to buy only French.
Yeah,
Complacent. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and he kind of mentioned the Oreshnik strike in Lviv is like, yeah, if there's a missile with that kind of range produced somewhere else, we're going to buy it because we need to counter that. So he kind of used that as an example, even though I know you like to make fun of the Oreshnik, but
Oh, I don't make fun of the fact that it's a missile that can fly
Yeah.
about 4,500 kilometers,
Right.
but it's what it does when it gets there.
Yeah. Yeah, but he obviously Russia's broken the whole convention on IRBM, so I think he's basically exhorting his French.
Yeah, correct, and that's the thing that Macron is talking about, right?
Right.
They've now demonstrated a missile that can reach all of Western Europe quite easily, and because they've demonstrated it, we need to kick into action
Right.
and have a credible response ourselves, because that's the way détente works. And yeah, and if we need to, we'll buy it from somebody else. Like, for instance, it's not going to be long enough range. But this is the problem with all détente stuff. When Russia doesn't meet any of the requirements of the UN Security Council membership, or the proliferation of nuclear weapons, or intermediate range treaties, everybody needs to go back and build their intermediate range ballistic missile
Yeah.
armory out, and so be it.
Yeah, and you got the guy the guy with a lot of long range missiles is obviously not very trusted partner at this point. So
Because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about this. We know for certain that Russia doesn't have a large arsenal of RS-26 Rubej missiles that they've
right.
tried to redesign and call the Oreshnik. It's a missile from the 90s, 2000s, back when they were trying to build out a new IRBM when a treaty was going on, so that they had to, as a ploy during a treaty negotiation, and they never fully it operationalized it. So we know that, maybe that half dozen. We know the SBU blew one up in Astrakhan. We know they've fired two of them. If they have 4 or 5 of these left to cobble together, and I mean cobble together, some of the technology in them, when they've been examined, is dog shit from Yuri Gagarin's days. So if they have a capability to deliver an intermediate range ballistic missile, Europe should also make sure it's got intermediate range ballistic missiles. Any country that wants to host those should do that, because the military industrial complex or the industrial capacity of Europe so dwarfs Russia, that getting into an arms race with Russia over something that they don't hold thousands and thousands of already is definitely a winner, because you're going to run that Russian economy just like we ran the Soviet economy into the ground, trying to keep up with a free market economy to build something. And the stuff is always better, right? If the Oreshnik was a French missile or a British missile, the ones coming up from Britain, I can guarantee you that it will deliver a conventional payload, and when it MIRVs, it's going to MIRV in the stratosphere where it's supposed to, and it's going to deliver its independently targetable entry vehicles in places that Russia really, really won't like, and they're all going to blow up big, not just make colorful streaks of light. The stuff that can be produced by the allies of Ukraine is so much better quality than the shit that can be produced in Russia. You won't have to produce nearly as many as Russia, but you've got the industrial capacity to dwarf them. So I say, let's have a big arms race again, right? Unfortunately, as I say, you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
Right.
Russia has violated the nuclear requirements related to being in the UN Security Council. It's been proliferating nuclear technology. It's been distributing nuclear capable warheads to Belarus. Folks, they're doing it. This is an imaginary thing. Russia is literally doing this, building out for when they're going to strike Europe with nuclear weapons. I don't know that they're going to do it. I don't think they are, because they're not that foolish. But they're literally putting in the physical place. They're taking actions, not just words. And I agree with Macron. Europe needs to build itself out, because the faster, the more and better reindustrialization, rebuilding of the militaries across all of Europe, even if they don't hand over those weapons to Ukraine, but they should, some of them. the rebuilding of the militaries throughout Europe is something Europe can afford, but Russia can't afford to counter. So run those capitalist engines and crush Russia in round two, like we crushed them during the Soviet Union.
Here. Let's see. So Macron, let's see, made another statement. He said something to the fact says, whereas Ukraine was eminently dependent on American intelligence capabilities by an overwhelming majority a year ago, he said that today 2/3 are provided by France. I thought that was interesting. And then it says that a French defense official noted that much of this information is of technical origin, coordinated to assist Ukrainian forces with both offensive planning and defensive operations. So
It doesn't surprise me. France has a big and well developed intelligence gathering community, and they're sneaky little fuckers, Jeff. You know they are.
there you go. EU is reducing the ceiling price for Russian oil from 47.60 US dollars to 44 and 44.10 per barrel starting
44
February.
and change
44 and change. Yeah.
plus they're going to commence, it looks like, interdicting Russian shadow fleet vessels.
Oh
So
yeah.
any oil that Russia will move will have to take that price. There won't be any higher price than that, and that's a starvation price for Russia.
Yeah, yeah. And then so follow on is, as you saw, the news from Germany has begun to react more harshly to Russian shadow fleet vessels in its waters. I think they
Turned one back.
yeah,
Wouldn't
turn
let
one
it
back.
go into the Baltic.
Yeah. I saw the thing was heading up North Sea, said it was heading around to the White Sea. Will, is that are they
Hey, good on them. Good on them. Try to make it over to Murmansk through the White Sea at this time of year. That's good for you.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know that area. It's frozen, right? Or no?
Well, they have icebreakers that can keep it open, and global warming is meaning that essentially the Northwest Passage is navigable all year, but it's plenty more obstacles to go past, shall we say, going up that way to the White Sea.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to take one of those rust buckets up that way, anyways, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. They're not that sound, and once they get to up to port out of the White Sea, through the White Sea, and port up there, they have to port in Murmansk, or maybe they can travel down to Arkhangelsk or something. But logistics are a lot more difficult having to go in that way versus go into St. Pete area.
Gotcha. Let's see. We already talked about the Orange Menace, so I'll skip that one. Yeah, so the somebody brought it up earlier, I believe, but yeah, so Operation Arctic Endurance is commencing in Greenland, and a lot of countries seem to be participating. Denmark is increasing its permanent presence. France sending an additional 15 mountain specialists, with Germany deploying a reconnaissance team of 13 soldiers. Sweden sending several officers, probably as an advanced party. Norway sending 2 defense personnel. Netherlands, 1 Navy officer. Finland, 2 military liaison officers. And you said one of them should be named.
One's named Simo, and the other one's his spotter.
Gotcha. And the UK is sending also some other guys. So it looks like
And for folks who are making fun of this, American maggots, for instance, making fun of this, these first contingent of officers that are going
yeah,
over are going over to do assessments on
right.
capability and scope, and as a lead-in for what's going to happen next. So this combined group from multiple, it's just an issue, right? The United States can move any amount of soldiers and put any new equipment in Greenland that it wants.
Mhm.
If it wanted to do it, it could do it immediately and instantly, which is why nobody from Europe has done it. But if America clearly signals that not only are we not going to defend Greenland, we're going to go take it. NATO, you're on your own, and or the rest of NATO, and so they've risen to the game, and people who can provide capabilities are overdoing their initial assessments, and I'd expect some significant follow-on troops relatively soon. I mean, I'll tell you what, I hate the thought of of NATO forces, particularly Denmark, Finland, Sweden, those folks taking on U.S. troops that would land there. But Jeff, it would be no picnic. The Danish forces that were in, it's not like America is the only people that have trained combat veterans in the world. The Danish took more people, more casualties per capita than the United States did in Afghanistan when they were there, because they agreed to go to some of the hottest areas. Australia went to Tarin Kot. If any American soldier that's in today would think that they would invade Greenland and it would be a walkover, are dreaming.
Well, here's the thing. By these countries showing a visible presence there and putting their people there, it's what needs to be done right now, because Trump's going to taco out and he'll move on to something else. So that's my thought on that. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's just a signal that without the United States, NATO becomes far less efficient. You can't rely on who's going to send what, because the United States not sure provided the biggest contingent to NATO, but also was not a bully. But they everybody waited for what America wants to do first, because they always got to rule the game. Now it'll be a lot more diverse, and we'll see a lot more people have to send 10 different countries, send two guys over to do assessments and come back, rather than just have one country do it. But inefficiencies provide for resilience.
Yep. Lexi, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm thinking that it's a good time to start building this up, talking the talk, gaining experience, and let that discussion go on. And you can see that's what Europe's talking about. They're quite preoccupied with it. Meanwhile, if you watched the debate in the Security Council today about Iran, from what that American ambassador said, if you didn't know anything else, it really sounds like America's going to be pretty preoccupied with Iran. The nothing burger may, I don't know, I don't, when you consider the cost, they're moving at least one, if not two. They're moving the aircraft carriers in the direction from the Yellow Sea. I think China should just take over Taiwan. Moving it out of the China Sea, over in the direction of the Middle East, and maybe another one. It's amazing if you look at the Caribbean, the number of aircraft carriers that are there. But in any case, so, and from the discussion, and also from the intervention of the Iran delegate, and all of the efforts he made to actually relatively well, given the den of thieves they constitute, his argument for sort of saying that America had no reason to do this. But the whole speech of the American, I guess that was Waltz, was basically a whole lot of announcement of intentions to take action and not back down, and announcements, denunciations of this as an illegitimate government, and things that nobody in Europe has said except Germany. I don't know why, for heaven's sake, but in any case, America really has crossed the Rubicon and has said this government ain't got this state got no reason to live, and I just don't see how there cannot be some big action that is requiring a lot of preparation on the part of the US. So I don't see that they're going to have time for Greenland, at least this year. And a lot of things can change in the course of this year. So I think the Greenlands did a good thing.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Lexi, your thoughts are as good as mine. I don't know. I didn't see the UN speech with Waltz. Maybe he'll signal message me later. Uh, well, that's all I got for the news summary. Did you want to talk about some of the leadership changes? Or
Uh,
maybe,
well, I want to follow on and
okay.
talk about Fedorov, because I put two posts up there about Fedorov, because um, he gave So when you get confirmed at the Rada in Ukraine, you have to go in front of and sort of present, and then make a speech, and then present questions, and then they vote on you, and you see if you're going to. It's kind of like Senate testimony, I suppose, in America or Australia, but it's done at the podium from the thing. And I put both of his speeches up there that you can listen to yourself, but I just want to talk about this guy. So the first of those things that's up there is the more general, and then the other one, in reverse order, are things that are more specific that they're doing. And he did well. He answered questions very well. He talked about the overall structure of what they plan to do from a high level down, and how he is going to help them work through things like this uh, core structure and everything under the defense. But see, the thing I said about him originally, I'm going to double down on now, because it's turning out to be true based on his testimony. The cabinet, if you would call the president's office and all the advisors that have been in there, to me, once again, looks looks a lot like a war cabinet to win a war, rather than a war cabinet to survive a war. He's got a 34-year-old guy who went into government when he was 28, has done exemplary work in any place that he's been, and he's not a defense, he's not a military guy. And you think, oh, gee, that's a bit of a mistake. He won't understand it. You know why? Doesn't need to understand it. He knows guys who know that stuff, and he trusts and listens to them. Right? He's good at evaluating people, and he is good at identifying and helping bureaucracies work through innovation and eliminate inefficiency. When we have Andrei Besanov on again, like we did last time, the thing we were talking about in relation to his daily paperwork was one of the specifics that he actually gets into, right? Elimination of bureaucratic inefficiency inside the Ministry of Defense, that allows you to use the new systems that they've developed, including the things he's spearheaded related to battlefield drones and the digital command structure, the collection and information dissemination system, the modifications and updates, upgrades to systems for air defense and AI threat prediction, and all that stuff, plus eliminating the rest of this Soviet bureaucracy, is what he's all about. And I'm sure he is great at doing contract and procurement sort of efficiency as well. So he doesn't need to know everything about the military. He simply needs to know what the organogram is like, and what people's roles are, and resources and budgets and planning and all that sort of stuff. He's 34 years old. He showed in his testimony before the Rada that he is well across the issues from the top level, and also well across defending and supporting the issues related to the more micro level down on the bottom, that have demonstrated so much success. This guy has been involved in multiple initiatives that have already borne a lot of fruit for Ukraine in areas from air defense through the battlefield intelligence systems and everything. The digital transformation, which is the ministry he came from, is the thing that ties a lot of those other previous successes together, and making sure that the defense ministry is maximizing the benefits gained from his previous work. I think is going to be instrumental in him playing his role, along with the others that have been added to that cabinet that have direct intelligence and military experience, and Kislitsa, who's going people who have been involved in the negotiation, and or who can be involved in the negotiation, who can forcefully put Ukraine's position forward so that this war ends up being a just peace rather than just peace, if you will. And militarily, there are a couple of people, including Budanov, in that cabinet, if you will, now, that make up all the necessary elements of need to know the nuts and bolts of how the military actually works that can help him. And so he seems like a real champion across this thing. And I really look forward to seeing where Ukraine goes with him at the top in defense ministry, along with all of the changes they're making to cores and the new technology and weapon systems they're going to be able to introduce through 2026. Um, we'll have good days and bad days, but these guys, this team getting appointed here, looks like things are going to trend better all year to me, Jeff.
Yeah. I was impressed with the Fedorov leading that Ministry of Digital Transformation. They talked about this former Soviet republic probably leads Europe in its digital transformation on the civilian side as well. They said you can do about anything on your smartphone, driver's license, marriage, whatever. He's
All your required military registrations,
yeah,
your
all that.
certificates, your medical stuff. Yep.
And they both him, I think on his testimony to the Rada, and then when Budanov got into his chief of staff job, he pulled together a meeting, I believe with Fedorov in there too. But both those guys talked about the need to modernize or get their hands around the mobilization problem that they're having. And in his testimony, Fedorov talked about it. He says right now they have 200,000 soldiers that are basically AWOL for various reasons, whether they
and about 2 million in total who've avoided the draft.
2 million. So they're going to work very hard to get to solve that problem, to make the system more fair. And the reason we talked about it last night a little bit, because a story about a corrupt TCC head, the recruitment center, they raided his place, found $100,000. So just take out the some of that shit out of the system, make it more fair, streamline the process. So that will help to solve. You're not going to get rid of all that, right? There's always going to be people that avoid the draft. There's always going to be AWOL, whatever, in America, Australia, whatever. That's a problem for hundreds of years, right? But there are systemic things that they can make changes to that I think they're going to work on pretty hard, because obviously Budanov made that a priority right off the bat. So I don't know what you think about that, Will, but that's kind of what I saw.
So the the draft evasion and AWOL stuff, the AWOL numbers on the face of them, I'm happy that he talked about all these things, and I'll talk about them more in my looking at them, because they are important. The examinations that have been done by frontline intelligence, Tartarigami, and that in relation to AWOLs, the gross number of AWOLs, deserters, if you would, during wartime, is striking. But if you look at it in detail, the unique Ukrainian flavor of it is that a significant portion, like more than a simple majority of the AWOLs have been people who've just wanted to change units,
Yeah.
and couldn't go through didn't want to go through the formal way to do it, so they just pissed off and went over to their buddy's unit and said, "Hey, can you get me in?" And they were all short of guys, so they said, "Yeah, come on in, and we'll sort out the paperwork later." That is something that you would not see in American or Australian of wartime armies. So it's important to put that in context.
Yeah.
And the overall evasion numbers of people that are moving and trying to get evading getting drafted in the first place. Those numbers are not drastically different than what we saw in America during the Vietnam War.
Yeah. I mean, you're never going to get that number down to zero. But again,
especially the other comparisons I've seen was Americans during the Second World War. That's not a really good comparison here, because America did almost all of its drafting of its population before December 7th, 1941.
Right.
Almost all of it was done before then. America only did one significant draft after 1941, and that was the only draft that they did after a battle was held was the Battle of Betio in Kiribati, which you guys call what do you guys call that? First of the island hopping.
Oh! I thought you were talking about something else. Sorry.
The first Marine landing was on Betio, which is now in a country called Kiribati, but you guys call it
Oh,
something else.
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Marshall Islands.
Yeah,
The Marshall Islands.
yeah.
That was the first. That was the first, and a very bloody landing by the Marines.
Oh, they all were.
And well, but I mean,
Most of them.
this is the first one that they'd ever tried the LSTs and stuff. So
Yeah.
it was particularly bad. Not as bad as Iwo Jima, but for a first go, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
But America did one round of draft after that. But Ukraine is essentially doing all of its drafting now during wartime when people are already very familiar with what the front line is like. And so it's obviously going to be harder to do it at that time. And the amount of evasion still looks to be similar to a war like Vietnam that was very unpopular.
Right. Yeah. And I think one of the things they're trying to solve is just like I think they talked about is make it more fair.
And he talked about that. Fedorov talked about that. And I looked at it when I was over there, and I'm telling you, the way to fix this problem is, as Fedorov says, use the tools that they've built and put in place. The system by which you register for the draft is this phone app. You make sure that all 18 to 60-year-olds that have to do it have the phone app, that they've installed it, that they've registered all their stuff the way that they can, and then advertise and make sure that everybody knows that this is a random pick. And when the random pick comes up, you need to go serve your country. And it applies in an egalitarian and transparent manner. And looking at the legislation that they've passed, the folks who need to enforce that legislation need to continue to pursue people who are giving deferments that are the doctor deferment mills.
Right.
The guys who gave Donald Trump 5 bone spur evasion things. This is the part of the world that the thing that Ukrainians are deathly opposed to is vans pulling up and grabbing people off the street. Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah.
Nobody does. And there's no reason to do it. Everybody, if you don't have the app installed, if you're not registering for the draft, you deserve to have some consequence in relation to that. But once you're in that system, making sure that it just turns the crank on the system that they've got so that it is transparent and egalitarian.
Yeah, because
they go a long way to fixing this problem, I reckon.
Yeah, if you make it like you said, a digital process, and you take some of the humans out of the loop, and like you said, it takes some of the let's say potentials for corruption, or the guy at the local shop, or the local.
But it also provides the means by which you make sure it is egalitarian too. For instance, the digital transformation in general. If you are of an age, your birth certificate shows you're of an age and you're of a gender that you're supposed to be registered for this thing, and you're not registered. When you go into the DMV to get your next driver's license, they're going to say you're not registered for the draft. So you either need to provide a deferment right now, or register right now, or you're not going to get a license either until you get registered for the draft. Right?
Yeah.
You don't have to press gang people to enforce these things, I think.
No. And I did see something where they were saying that, and of course, some of those were isolated. Or there might have been some problem, but some of it was more isolated. And of course, who's going to exploit that is the Russians. To take some of those incidents and basically try to plaster that everywhere they can, right? To disillusion that draft age population. So yeah, the more that, like you said, they can make it egalitarian and fair, and if you know your numbers pulled, hey, I know it's a fair process, and that the rich kids aren't all getting deferments, then hey, you can be at peace with that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you can be a piece for that. You can also be a conscientious objector. I mean, I think they ought to really ramp up their conscription to fill absolutely every open hole in training across the board, solve this problem as rapidly as possible, because you're still going to get people who are going to be conscientious objectors or whatever, or just cowards. So let me talk about cowards for a second. When I was in the military, uh, I I'm nobody's hero. I was in it for one thing and one thing only, so I could go to college. But I understood what I was doing, and I don't consider myself a coward. And when I was in doing my Army service, I identified people throughout my unit that I thought were either undesirable or cowards, and it wasn't because there were any race, religion, or gender or whatever. I know women I would much rather defend a fighting position with than some of the men, and it has nothing to do with that. But nobody, nobody. The key is I'm just like everybody. I'm just an everyday common person, and nobody is going to want to be in the military and force somebody out to an infantry position where your life relies on that person doing their duty and knowing that they won't do it. So even if you answer conscription and go in, they will sort out people through the recruitment and training process, and find the people who, even if they're conscientious objectors, make them medics, make them logistics people. They'll still be exposed to some danger, but they'll never be exposed to danger where they'd have to pull the trigger on somebody and wouldn't, at the cost of some of their own people's lives. That's what draws the bottom line for me is you've got to be willing to kill orcs. And I can tell you, I'm way over age, 60 years old. I'm not eligible to go serve. For all the people, well, why don't you go serve? Well, look, I talked to them about it, and they wouldn't take me. They thought I'm doing more value for them here. But trust me, if I needed to go kill orcs, I'd do it, even at risk to myself.
I think we got another fellow's joined
Alex.
us. Oh, yeah.
Evening, morning, wherever you are. Well, but to the point of recruitment, I'm conscious that everyone in this space is super hardcore pro-Ukraine, and I don't want to talk like I'm speaking for Ukrainians. Uh, but I want to give a little bit of a pushback. Yes, Ukraine has a recruitment problem, but they are addressing it. They have, the third assault brigade is becoming a third corps. The reason I preface this all with I am not Ukrainian. We are Ukrainian supporters. We have Ukrainian friends. Is because I'm going to give an example, which I'm sure many of us people love and respect. I know some of us have met him in person, and and a few may call them friends. His name's called Dimko. So he was the co-founder of Ziggersport. So the first time I ever met Dimko in real life, so I met Irina previously when we got this the staff diplomacy in Vilnius. First time I met Dimko, he came to direct me to his house. Okay, obviously suspicious. That's fine. I will take you there. He turned up in full spandex on his pretty shitty road bike. And I just thought it's a bit okay. This is a bit weird, but it's a war zone. Whatever. But actually, looking back at it, it's like, okay, he'd been on his bike ride. He, obviously he had his heart monitor, and not posting Strava because because too identifiable. Um, but he was below conscription age before he signed up to fight. When I first met him, and actually, well, Irina, she's obviously not up for not valid for conscription, but he was. And for him, what was very important is like, looking what he said in the years since I first met him. It's just like, I wanted to fight my country for my country because if I won't, who the hell else will? And this is the future I want. I want a future as a Ukrainian in Ukraine. And this was in his book, which came out recently, but I remember seeing the physical manifestation of slightly traumatic of basically seeing him only in spandex because he was always training. Now he is now in the 413 of the unmanned systems forces. Um, and he talked about that a couple of years after the fact. It's just like, it's not that I didn't want to fight. I wanted to fight, but I wanted to fight and be useful, and I wanted to fight. I'm paraphrasing. I really hate putting words into Ukrainian mouths. But it's like, and if I die, I want to know that my death was worthwhile. And it might have been with Jonathan Fink. It's just like, well, if I die, look at the statistics of how many Russians get killed for how many of my guys get killed. So if a couple of hundred orcs get killed and I am the price for that, he's just like, yeah, I'm okay with that. And with hindsight, literally the fact that every time I saw him was him in spandex, running, cycling, or doing some other exercise. I think there is something in that. I think there is, well, you've been to Ukraine, we love the Ukrainians. We love how wonderful they are. They do have some structural issues in everything, including their military. But it doesn't seem to be there's a shortage of men who want to fight and even be willing to die. But if they're going to die, they want to die having been trained and knowing they took a shitload of Russians with them.
And that's the key, right? I think what they need here is an internal marketing campaign inside that country that to dispel the bullshit that's been played. Well, to dispel the bullshit, to address the real concerns, and to let people know uh, the details of what they're going to go through if they get conscripted. That everybody's going to get the same basic training. It's not going to be like in the bad old days. They're going to be led by an expanded corps of non-commissioned officers that are trained to in the things that non-commissioned officers are trained in, which is unit readiness and troop welfare, and that they're going to fit into a structure that makes sense. I mean,
I mean,
I'm not Ukrainian,
I
but
take
I
your
reckon
point.
we probably know a lot more about this subject in some instances than many of the people that would be subject to conscription do, because they haven't done a good job of publicizing and advertising what it's really going to be like.
I mean, I know there are a bunch of people with military experience in this space. I am not one of them. I have no military experience. I have never served. But at the same time, um, well, I think you've probably met enough people to realize there is no general doctrine in Ukraine. So different, like literally, cores can be different. So the idea, I totally get an egalitarian conscription regime, but I also understand why there are Ukrainians who are going, well, I'm up for conscription in like whenever my birthday turns. I would rather get fit and apply versus be mobilized. It's like, okay, if I'm going to go to war, I'm okay with that, but I want to be in that corps or that brigade. So
And we also, and we also know that some of the corps, well, Azov and the Third Assault, because they do advertising nationwide themselves, they have more recruits than or more applicants than they can get. So some of those people literally get turned down multiple times before getting on somewhere, including Azov, the James who comes and talks to us from Azov.
yeah, so I think this notion that Ukraine has a mobilization problem is a bit overrated because generally, do most Ukrainian men want to go and fight? Evidently, a significant portion do not. If you change that option, it's like, would you go and fight if you went through training through third assault corps, or through another elite brigade? Those numbers change very, very rapidly. So it doesn't seem like there's a lack of willingness to fight for their country. It's just, will they be trained properly such that if they die, they will take enough Russians with them?
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment generally. Yeah, even though even though, as I say, the numbers of draft evaders is similar here as it is to other other countries during war times when the wars became tough. And Yeah, so Ukraine doesn't have a general lack of people that are interested problem, and they don't have a problem with not conscripting people between 18 and 25, because if you're between 18 and 25, you can still volunteer. And we know that every country, Britain, America, Australia, every time we've ever had a war, hell, there are 14-year-olds that lie about their age to get in there, and the contingent of people you get from 18 to 25 actually sometimes turn out to be some of your best soldiers because of their physiology and their, shall we say, uh, lower or higher tolerance to risky activities.
Young, dumb, and full of cum is what you mean, I believe.
Yeah, well, I was going to wait till Jeff said it, but yeah.
I wasn't gonna say that, but no,
Come on, you're a Marine. They surely said that to you.
no, and I'll tell you this: in flight school, they had an acronym called NAFOD that an instructor would give to certain people. It stood for no apparent fear of death, and that was not a good thing as a pilot.
Or do not fly with this guy.
It was no, this guy should not be at the controls of an aircraft because he apparently has no apparent fear of death. Like, did you know
I freaking love that. Sorry, that's amazing. I'm in my early 40s. I've never heard that acronym before in my life, and that's fucking amazing.
Yeah, NAFOD's not good in flight school. It's like, did you know you just about killed yourself? And you look over and the guy's like, no, what did I do? Well, okay, you're not cut out for this job, buddy. NAFOD, yeah. No, that's good. That's a good discussion. But I think, yeah, you brought some good points. I think, but like Will and you guys were talking about, the point is, it's all those things that he's trying to bring improvements to. Like you said, the training, improve the training system so you know that you're going to get properly trained, and it's an equal, better distribution of where you're going. The core command has better trained staffs and commanders, so you don't get potentially put in that bad company or bad battalion. It all helps the situation. So hopefully, Fedorov and Budanov will help improve that situation. Will.
Yeah, and that's why, finding out the reality of this is why when we have Gurza in or Vladimir in from Alpha or James from Azov or and especially Andre from the 18th National Guard, because the less renowned units, you want to find out what their experience is from that perspective. And but the other thing I don't know, so I've been pushing to solve what I don't know with what I know will work, even if it is a problem, and that is capacity to put people through 3 to 5 months worth of basic and advanced training in whatever they're going to be doing, and the logistics, the facilities, the instructors, the method of instruction, and all that stuff, the framework behind you, the framework to industrialize conscription and produce soldiers that are ready to go into battle survivably. The infrastructure to do that, I know, is sitting around in my country, in your country, in Germany, in France, and a significant contingent of Ukraine's allies being willing to move into Ukraine with the logistics, with the instruction methods, with all that stuff to facilitate maximizing the training of the intake that they are able to get, would both send a huge signal to people who are looking on from inside Ukraine that A, your allies are here with you. B, you're going to get the same training your allies get. You're going to get trained to a standard. And we know that they aren't going to be getting Australian training from Australians. What they're going to be getting is all the efficiency and infrastructure and capabilities and trained trainers, but the content should all come from the front lines in this existing war. That's what every time we've seen training on a Western system or to Western methods, that those recruits have gone back to Ukraine each and every time. They've always had to innovate things, and whether you're talking about F-16 pilots or artillerymen or whatever, it's not that they don't appreciate the training. They do, but it's not as realistic and useful as it would be if it had Ukrainian content in it. So, having discovered that, what we ought to be doing is moving into Ukraine the logistics and trainers and capabilities to industrialize basic training and advanced training in first stage of advanced training in the military for as many people as Ukraine can recruit in their recruiting system, so they meet their recruiting goals across the board, and those folks can then go into the reserve if they're 18 to 25, or go into a rotation up toward the front line so they can acclimate with what it's like being close to a front line and carrying out the stuff they did in training in a real environment, but not a real environment where they're likely to necessarily be exposed to danger. And then the next rotation, after they're familiar, then they would go up into the front lines so that we can both give the folks on the front lines some relief. They just pulled a guy out of Pokrovsk who, you know, he looks no worse for wear, but he spent 255 days on the line.
Well,
And, you know, that's unreasonable. Combat effectiveness goes down significantly after 30 days, which is why, you know, after all the studies that were done by the U.S. military in World War II, Vietnam, Korea, that nobody does more than a 4-week rotation on the front line.
well, you didn't get to meet him on your last trip, but maybe get Kevin Leach on to as a guest speaker.
Yeah, I spoke to him on the radio before, though.
Yeah.
Saber?
No, I was thinking this. I mean, obviously you missed the chance to meet him in person, but I would just say, force generation, force recruitment for basic infantry, basic training. Uh, that's your huckleberry.
Oh, totally agree. Yeah, that nation states aren't doing that right now, and always, ever since I met Kevin, what, 2.5 years ago, that we're all not leaning into doing that, which exposes us to no direct danger
We're talking about the
immediately.
same Kevin, like the one like from like back in when we were in like Lviv, like a couple of months ago. Well, earlier.
Kevin Leach from
Yeah,
Saber.
yeah, in
Yeah.
Kiev. Oh, I didn't realize. I just thought it was Chuck who ended up hooking up with him. Oh no, I didn't
No,
realize.
I didn't meet up with him when I was over there. I met him on the radio
Oh
when we
yeah.
interviewed him 2.5 years ago.
Oh okay, yeah. No, I'm just saying, like in terms of if who's your Huckleberry. So I mean, it's old. It's very old news now. But the fact that he's providing training support service to a third assault corps tells you this guy's legit. Unlike most of the people with a NATO background who turn up in Ukraine, no, he listens, he learns, and that's why he's now training for third assault corps. Um,
And so, yeah, all these expansion and training efforts. That's why I'm always really excited to see those. I mean, for instance, the shotgun training, right? That's the other bit of news that I put. I put the summary or his update from Ivan Bear up there on what they're working with, and you know, he's out working with the groups that are the laser group, which was mentioned by Fedorov in his speech before the Rada, that going out and educating those, because this is the way to do this too. What Bear's doing here is the absolute right way to do this. Take high quality, real skilled people that know how to do things like shoot down drones with shotguns, and then get them out there to train the trainers. Get make this skill metastasize through as much of the army as possible, through a very efficient means of doing train the trainer exercises, and then replicate the training aids and materials and all that, and let them push it out there even farther. Which the 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 problem with what Saber was doing before is, yeah, the trust. And how do you, when you're not actually in the military organization structure, how do you set up contracts and arrangements with the units to do the training and all that? So this is why I want to see nation states like Australia, like Britain, like America, France, Germany, whoever uh, uh, of Ukraine's allies can do it, because I just know the capacity building that's there would be go a long way to making sure that they can deliver. Because I don't know for sure, right? I've been over there, I've asked people a lot about it, but it's kind of secret. Are you meeting your recruitment goals across the board? We suggest probably not. And more importantly, if you for all the recruits that you do take in, do you have the capacity to provide them the design training that they need to start to go to the front 4 to 5 months minimum after they join up, with enough skills and capabilities that they're likely to survive? Because that's the key. You survive your first contact with the enemy, you're more likely to survive your second, third, fourth, fifth, and then you get to the point where you're racking and stacking them on the other side, and approaching the planes of marathon numbers. So that, as Alex said, if you get killed, it's likely you've taken out more than 33 of them for every one of you, or something like that. Those are the kind of numbers we want to see Ukraine racking up, because the Russians are talking about it already. They're talking in Absurdistan about how this is unsustainable already, with the numbers of people that they said they've taken in recruited in the army, that Medvedev said or Putin said. They're like, hang on, where are these 2.1 million people then, if we only have 700,000 at the front line? I'll tell you where they are. They're currently making sunflowers in the eastern Ukraine, because they don't survive many times first contact with the enemy, because they entered the army maybe 2 weeks ago and they're already fighting people who've survived their first battle. If this is the key, Ukraine needs to, because this is a war of attrition, that's all Russia's offering them. They literally need to annihilate everybody who shows up from Russia's side, so they don't build any experience and capabilities. So they're always more and more survivable on Ukraine's side, and always less and less survivable on the Russian side. And the way to do that is to make sure that everybody gets a good standard of basic training, a good standard of advanced training, a good rotational work-in schedule that allows them to both familiarize and exercise prior to having to do the first time. That is your best guarantee that people are going to be able to pull that trigger and survive that battle and go on to the next time. It's you know the, this is what army training. This is what they inculcate in you through basic and advanced training, that you start to do with muscle memory, things that then they hope when you actually get exposed to real danger, you'll carry it out that way. That's my vision of where Fedorov will hopefully be able to take the Ukrainian military, so that after the war is over, not only will they have a force of 800,000 killers at that skill and capability, they'll end up being able to train NATO troops, take the places on the front line of all these Americans that are going to go home, and train up the rest of the Allies countries on how to actually defend against these Russians that you'll be facing. That's my vision for this year. If we could solve that, if we could make sure that all these problems are solved. But problem is, I don't know. I don't know for sure that they aren't capable of providing all the training necessary to all the recruits they get. My suspicion is they're not, and this is why I want to get all the allies, lean into this. I want them all in country, providing this capability till Ukraine says, "Whoa, whoa, 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 hey fellas, you're now fighting over our recruits. We've got so many training center places open, right?" That's what let them show that they don't need it, rather than hope they don't. Because all this, anytime we've waited around to see, well, I'm not sure they can use these F-16s, or they might not be able to land on their runways, or all the dithering and fucking around that we've done has cost Ukrainian lives. And some of this stuff is just, I mean, literally basic training, right? It's basic. You can take anybody off the street in any country in the world, run them through a NATO standard basic training and advanced infantry training, or drone training, or whatever they're doing, running an artillery piece, driving a truck, all that sort of stuff. You can take people through basic and advanced training to a good standard, and hopefully then have an expectation that those people can carry out that role in a country. If you don't do that, you're starting down at a level of survivability that is closer to where Russians are, even though Ukraine doesn't use its soldiers in the way that Russia does. You're arguably moving downward in the survivability scale if you don't do that. And but the issue is, not unfortunately, it takes 4 or 5 months to get somebody who's never been in the military before up through those trainings. And I wouldn't shorten it to just because of some arbitrary time deadline. I would set it so that if the drill sergeants say they're good to go, they're good to go. If they don't, recycle them. Hey, Jeff?
I agree. I mean, it's tough because obviously they're short on resources, so they've got to try to allocate the best they can. So it's definitely it's a tough nut to solve, but they've got some pretty good guys in there with at least, especially with Budanov. He kind of the doorkeeper into that office of who he's letting in. I think is going to be good. The other leadership change, was interesting. It was obviously controversial. Was obviously Maliuk from the SBU, but I don't know if you saw. He's kind of being given a professor emeritus role now within the SBU, and with the remit of making asymmetric operations on foreign soil his focus, kind of like more Operation Spiderweb type stuff, blow up the arresting missile. So he's not leaving the SBU. He said he's got to finish up some irons he's got in the fire left. So hopefully,
he's gonna and all the irons that he has in the fire and the things that he's gonna work on after that, if he stays in, are related to his forte,
right?
Designing and planning special operations that are going to do maximum damage to the enemy. That's and not have to do any of the administrative shit. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, other than the fact that he didn't really voluntarily want to move.
Right. To me, that says something about the man.
But his replacement is competent as well.
Yeah, he's a former or stepping up from leading the Alpha group of the SBU. Yeah, so a career special ops SBU guy. So yeah, it says something about General Maliuk that he didn't take his toys and leave. He says, no, I want to stick around, and I still got some work to do. So.
And did we ever find out what happened to Yermak? Yermak said he was going to go serve somewhere at the front after leaving government. I wonder where he ended up. It's all gone quiet.
I don't think he's at the front. I think he's still hanging around in Kyiv, from what I've read about. But I don't know.
Well, he'd have to do basic training and all that. I don't think he's got any military background.
No. Let's see.
He could be an Alpha, though. He's built like a brick shithouse.
Yeah. Oh, I was looking. I was looking through your nest there. Yeah, the post from Yvonne Bear's his call sign is about 5th from the far left, and like you said, he's got that post. I think it was this morning or yesterday. He posted the training he's doing, and he said for that Lazar group. From what I understand with him, like he's got his civilian run shotgun training center. And I mean, he's got guys that are coming off the front line that are seeking him out. They're home on for leave for, let's say, 10 days, where they should be out at the bars, drinking beer, seeing their family, friends, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. They're seeking him out to go get that training. So I mean, the word of mouth.
Well, I mean, it's got a cool name, Gun Bro.
Yeah. But yeah, and he's talking about how he is scaling that, and he's getting these instructors from these different training groups, and I think they're trying to come up with all the training aids. I've seen he posted pictures of himself, real kind of professional videography, of how he's doing things. But and it's interesting too. He's got his European champion college age daughter. She's a European champion shotgun shooter that is training these grizzled combat veterans how to shoot down drones. But hey, she's a vice world champion and a European champion. Yeah, so if you're listening, take a look at that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even advertise that when they come in. I would hope that the training is, and this young lady, Sasha's gonna sort you out on this training, and these guys can go, what's a girl gonna teach me? And then they can see her load.
Yeah, for people listening, she's got a YouTube video. She shows you how to quad load, which is to take 4 shotgun shells off your belt and get them loaded. And she does it in about, I don't know, 2 seconds or whatever. But I was asking her about that when I got a chance to interview them, and she says, well, actually, it is applicable, because her dad teaches these guys with an incoming drone, you're probably gonna have time for maybe 2 to 3 well-aimed shots, and then you need to move. And while you're moving, you need to be reloading. So they teach them all.
If you're not shooting,
you're reloading.
You're loading.
Right. So shoot the thing down or try, then move. And then while you're doing that, reloading. And so they've come up with all these drills, to help them, because it's got to be muscle memory, right? You can't be the first time you're doing it when one of those killer drones is coming at you. So, but it's really interesting. But I'll promote that fundraiser all day long. It's at givebutter.com/shotgun. So, think about I think they're about 60% to their goal. He's got a lot of ideas of what he's going to do with that money that War Doggo helps him raise. So, definitely give that one a look.
I'm actually just checking right now to see how far that one is along here.
5,900 out of $10,000. Will.
There you go.
Right. So it's only bumped up a small amount from some lady named Zdenka. Hey, nice. A week ago, and we pushed them out a bit last week when we were on. But yeah, it falls into a bit of a lull then between these things. So yeah, I'd encourage anybody, if you want to help out the people at the front lines and help get this training tooled up so that they can get it to more people. It's good quality. It's taught by skilled professionals, and he's doing it the right way. Getting good training into the hands of trainers who can then push it along because they are familiar with all of the method of instruction type stuff ahead of time is a very, very good approach.
Yeah. I could probably talk about it the rest of the segment if you wanted me to, but it is.
Please proceed, sir.
Yeah, because you'd think, and I asked him too, is like, what have you seen? Like, if you're just let's say an above average, you go out to the shotgun range, shoot clay pigeons. You're pretty good at that. Does that transfer well? And he's like, the basics of handling a shotgun, but to be able to shoot an incoming FPV drone that's coming at you way faster than that clay pigeon, it's not going away from you. It's coming right at you. So there's some different techniques and training methods that he definitely uses. And he also said he's not going to give them all out on air because there is some OPSEC involved in how he trains. He's not going to post the exact training methods, but it's very interesting. The guy had a successful business in 2014 at the first invasion. Him and his buddies joined up, headed to the front with the territorial defenses, and I think he's worked with the SBU too. So he's been there and done that. And like I said, his daughter, I wouldn't want to date. If I was a young man, I wouldn't want to date his daughter. She's a shotgun champ. He's a grizzled combat vet that's also an expert on the shotgun. So, yeah.
Jeff, you might want to date her, but you just want to make sure you were a perfect gentleman
Well, yeah,
for a change.
I don't know. I didn't have that confidence.
I don't
I
know.
didn't have that.
I don't know, but I kind of, you kind of feel sorry for Sasha the way I do a lot of young people in Ukraine right now. Is that, what did you think you were going to be doing for the next 6 years or 4 years or whatever? And she probably, I don't know whether she did or not, but planned to follow her father into this business after picking up the skill in those championships that. She probably thought she was going to move on to something else, maybe, but she's definitely applying everything she's trained and learned in a great way. I just wish it was totally her decision.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because I specifically asked that. She's like, oh yeah. She's like, I think she's taking classes, but in her downtime, she's helping her dad at the range, and she's definitely giving some expert instruction as well. So it's a great family endeavor, let's say.
Yeah, you've gone through training before that. You get these gruff, hardened people in that are military guys or operators and stuff like that, and it's good to shock them a little bit during the training, and to not even tell them her background at all and say, Sasha's going to run you through this exercise. Let one of them try it, totally screw it up, and then have her show them. Let me show you how that works again one more time, and then just have her buzz through it, and they would be gobsmacked.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean that's really the only, especially with another fellow probably know this better than me, but I mean the fiber optic drones, that's really the only, there's no EW that's going to work against those things. So more and more, it's just a good old shotgun is going to be your last.
There's one now I hear, but it's not fielded. The microwave radiation emitters that the United States Defense Department is having built, but they haven't fielded them yet. Those things can apparently cook even the FPVs, or the fiber optic ones, but they're not even ready for fielding from America. So Ukraine won't see them during the term of this war.
I will believe it when I see it. I will also believe it on the day then when whatever. I've done research for the US Office of Naval Research, but choose your favorite government defense research institute, DARPA, DSTL. I will believe that will happen on the day that nerds in lab coats can comprehend how special forces grunts can operate. I shit you not, there was an exercise, I think it was literally around the time of Maidan, where there was an AI exercise where DARPA thought they'd been really fucking clever because they trained an AI to basically have an automated gun turret to kill anyone approaching it. And then I literally can't remember the details, but it was a soft unit. I don't know if it was Green Berets, Delta SEALs or whatever. But one of the quotes I think was in the debrief, because they defeated this DARPA multi-million-dollar effort. When the debrief happened, there were two successful attacks that the soft grunts used. One was I can't remember the exact words, is I act like a tree and move like a tree. I shit you not, whichever soft unit it was, they were just like, these are a bunch of grunts. I mean, obviously, these are soft grunts. These are not your normal. These are the Chuck Farrers of this world. And they were just like, okay, so we're supposed to defeat this AI. We don't know what it is. It's designed to identify, target, and kill humans. So why don't we just not be humans? So they literally just cut down some local trees and walked at a very, very slow speed. Like, this was studied. It was like less, I can't remember. It was like a meter every, I don't know. It was very, very slow, like snail's pace. It's like, well, if we dress like a tree and we move very, very slowly, will that win? Guess who won? DARPA and the Stanford geniuses, or the grunts dressed as trees? The grunts
I'm
dressed
going
as
with the
trees. Yeah, the
trees.
grunts dressed as trees. That was not the only time the supposedly dumb grunts won. The next time, or the other instance where they were successful, is they dressed as boxes. And this is before Amazon, by the way. So we're talking like 2014. So this is like pre-Amazon being a box just turning up at your door all the time. No, the other successful approach is they dressed as boxes and just moved up slowly as boxes.
Did you see the Russians are dressing up as porta potties now?
Oh, I saw that. That was hilarious. Was actually fucking hilarious.
I think they should paint, like Kharkiv higher, paint them blue, put an advert on the side of it like it's a real porta potty, and maybe they'd have a
But the
chance.
thing is, when actual, like, this is how fucked up the defense procurement and design situation is. That got through procurement, and I can actually see how it got through procurement. It's like, yeah, this is NIR invisible, blah blah blah, and someone's just like, holy shit, I can sell this off Timu with some bullshit specification sheet. But that's how fast thing is adapting. Is that people aren't actually doing the deep dive into what works and what does not work. Like literally it coincides with Maidan. DARPA had a trial about AI targeting, and they got a bunch of soft guys. Like, if you're that level, if you're that tier of soft, you're not just an average soldier. You're smart. But the fact that they basically defeated America's best military minds just by doing, I don't know, military stuff, like just like stuff that
Well,
is.
just being good at the tool that you've got. The Australian uh, diesel powered submariners have always been able to quote unquote sink American capital vessels during training and stuff because sure they're using old equipment, sure it's diesel powered, but they've gotten very skilled at being sneaky and quiet in the tool that they have. So it's all just a matter of becoming an expert at what you can do sometimes. Anyway, Zdenka's joined us. Get in here, Zdenka.
Hi, my hands up been up for ages, actually. Anyway, some people like to interrupt. What I wanted to say was there is an article in Ukrainska Pravda today that the MP, Zelezniak, he and others, I guess, asked a question of the new Minister of Defence about Yermak. And the answer was that Yermak has not contacted any recruitment office to join an army. So that's the official response. Ukrainska Pravda has also reported that he may be working for the Ukrainian Foreign Intelligence Service. They seem to suggest he's working from those offices, and whether he's officially appointed there or
Do you
not.
know how old your Mac was, or
No, I
is?
don't. Sounds like he's old enough to go, though. He's less than 60, I think.
Yeah, but so the thing is, I mean, I understand the sentiment that he was saying when he left. That that I'm going to go be some use at the front on the day that you go. Being held to that later on. If he's 45 years old, he's going to have very limited usefulness as a recruit, right? Going through basic training, doing all these things, no military background. I realized he had to go from his office in the office of the president, but his skills and capabilities would probably be better used elsewhere than directly at the front. Even though I understand his sentiment and the expectations it set when he departed. Zenka?
Yeah, but there are all sorts of roles. I mean, you don't need to be an infantryman. I mean, there are so many roles in logistics, whatever. He could have an alternative role, and presumably he needs to register as part of the laws of Ukraine. So so I'm just saying the response from I think the new Minister of Defence was that no, he's not registered or done anything about doing that. Back to you.
Uh,
Because he's 54 years old.
I I didn't. So that's what they asked Fedorov about that, and that's what that was his response. Is what he said.
It doesn't name Fedorov. The Ukrainska Pravda article just says Minister of Defense, so I'm presuming that's
Okay,
Fedorov.
interesting.
It just says, yeah, Ukraine's Ministry of Defense has told MP Zelezhnyak that Andriy Yermak, former head of the president's office, has not applied to any territorial recruiting and social support centre to sign up for military service. There is actually a social media post that I'll put in the back channel. Back to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
His background is went to Shevchenko University, got a law degree, worked in his own law firm, then became associated with and went into the movie production with, a film producer, and that's where he met Zelensky, working in the film and TV area. But so his whole background just doesn't suggest to me that his most appropriate role would be in the military. But at 54 years old, but you're right. I do believe at 54 he's still required to register. So that's the sort of gotcha question that you'd expect an opposition politician to ask somebody of the Ministry of Defense when somebody's in, because when the new Minister of Defense applicant is in, because that's exactly the sort of thing that we were just talking about. You want to make sure it cleared up, that make sure that the system applies to everyone without fear or favor.
The social media post by the MP Zelezniak, it's in Facebook. I'll post it in the back channel. It's a bit rude, I'll just say.
I'll prepare myself.
Uh, I think there are a lot of people probably Yermak's not on the top of their list, so that's probably an understatement. Will I would guess.
Well, so here's the one thing that makes me think that the one thing in Andrei Yermak's life that makes me think he might be useful in the military is, like me, he's single and has no children. So, minimizing the loss if either of us got killed at war is a consideration. But I would not want to go through basic training at 54.
No, that's a young man's game, in my opinion.
Totally agree. Yeah, I mean, you want anybody that's probably older than 30 is not going to be that much use, or is going to have a hard time getting through basic training.
Yeah, some more than others.
Yeah, and there's as well as I do that the basic training, the people that got recycled back when I was in the Army, uh, often got recycled. Sure, there were some doughboys and things that couldn't meet the PT tests and stuff like that. But to be honest, most of the people that got recycled or then recycled and then thrown out were the people who couldn't hack it mentally.
So why aren't you old bastards on Crashed so we can race each other online as FPV pilots? 100 hours and it won't be entirely embarrassing. I promise you.
Everybody's got. I'm retired, right? But everybody's got to do continuous professional development, right, Jeff? My continual professional development in the next year is zombie plans. I'm going to go to combat shotgun training course, and I'm going to go learn how to be an FPV pilot,
I would say
just in case I'm needed.
uncrashed. Liftoff's not bad either. See you there. It gets very boring spanking people.
How do you another like how's a guy? What's the typical reason a guy washes out or fails out of FPV drone training? Would you say?
I honestly have no idea because I was flying FPV drones before the full-scale invasion, just as a hobbyist, purely
Right.
as a hobbyist. Um,
Would vertigo be a problem for some people?
um, I
But
honestly I honestly have no
when you're
idea.
playing those games like that, you can get very disoriented if that's habitual.
I think not. If that was the case, I would have thought one of the drone pilot training schools I'd worked with would have mentioned it at some point. But no, that has never been something that's ever come up in terms of but once again, like apparently there are people that have problems with 3D headsets. It's never been something that's affected me back when that was a thing. In terms of goggles, um, I don't know. I'm fortunate enough to be able to have like the most Gucci of Gucci goggles, so I can adjust the focal points and the diopters and stuff like that. So it's never been an issue for me. Um, of the most of the polygons, I've never heard that be an issue at any of the polygons I've flown at. In fact, if I was to say there was any ergonomic issue which has clocked and I've ticked with, it's the fact that the Ukrainians are often obsessed with these giant fucking controllers. The TX16S is the most popular. It's what, but and it's a great controller. Like I used to have one. But if you maybe don't have average size hands, like I'm 6 foot, I'm 5'11", moderately sized guy. There's no problem for me with a regular controller like a T16. The only
Yeah, is that about the size of a Sony PlayStation?
Oh, shit, loads bigger, much bigger. No, that's like an Xbox controller or a PlayStation controller is tiny, tiny, tiny compared to a TX16. I use a different controller when I was flying in Ukraine. Even that is massive compared to an Xbox or PlayStation controller. They're like literally
Well, I'm
massive.
just starting out learning. I'm just starting out learning on the old PlayStation PS5.
Have you removed the springs for your throttle?
I don't.
Well, if you can fly a drone with a PlayStation controller with the springs attached, then you have utility to the armed forces of Ukraine. Because I can fly a drone, and I find that fucking impossible.
The snapback.
It just I don't know. For me, it doesn't work. I cannot fly a drone on a Xbox or PlayStation controller. But I can get very very. I mean, I got so pissed off on one FPV
So,
game.
so people that would wash out, or I suppose if they had a lot of recruits, some would wash out, and it would just basically be on eye-hand coordination and skills in finding things, following targets and stuff. I guess.
Well, yeah, but yeah, that is if you're training new recruits. I'm not going to refer to where, but interesting things like certain people were playing around with. Okay, how do you train actual aircraft pilots to be FPV pilots? Uh, shall we say that apparently the fast jet pilots were really pissed off that they were bottom of the pack, and the helicopter pilots took to FPV drones like ducks to water. But the fixed wing guys, disaster.
Well, because you got to do both your feet and your hands when you're flying a helicopter. I think, don't you, Jeff? I mean, a lot of work with your feet and your hands.
Depends on what type of helicopter, what kind of flight control systems, but in theory, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I have flown airplanes under instruction. I don't have a license, um, but I grew up flying fixed wing remote control planes, and I think that actually held me back quite a lot flying FPV drones. Um, it's I know, I mean, I say little bit like if you get to the point where you're flying a remote control airplane, not FPV by any line of by any means in the past 20 years, you've got hundreds and hundreds of hours under your belt to get to that point. But that's also hundreds of hours of going, what the fuck is this crazy quadcopter doing? You have pitch
Right, and
renewal.
the key to me is the phenomenally high speed tight corners that they make, that they're able to not lose the horizon, lose their target, and stay, do incredibly tight turns, and then still find, not have to look around for where they're at, reorientate themselves. It's amazing skill.
I would actually say the
That
most.
drone the other day in that cardio, where he took it off from dead stop, immediately maximum speed, chasing down those motorcyclists, was a real thing of beauty.
I would actually say, actually one of the most impressive things is like the hardest part if you're flying on RF, so not wire, is understanding how your drone will behave, because you're going to get we've all seen the videos of how the video just basically breaks down, but also there are points where you can lose control with your drone. And this is not just the pilot, this is the pilot and the tech and the brief. So there are ways you can configure your drone such that, okay, the video's being jammed, we all see that on the videos where you see the video breaking up, but you can also lose your capability to control the drone, like pitch up, pitch down, roll left, roll right, whatever. That can often be lost around the same time. But you can tune your drone, or you can tailor your drone to behave a certain way once you've lost the ability to control it. So, for example, there's a target. It has a jammer on the front, on the top of it. I know it's going to jam my video. I know it's going to jam my comms. You don't do this as an individual. This would be like a team. So someone's like, okay, what are the vectors to get to it, to get a good enough, like line of sight? We know we're going to lose control or whatever, but you can configure the drone for a specific payload, which you will go out and fly. If you want to be really, really accurate, you will put that payload on that drone. You will fly it back and forwards, and you do you can do some basic analysis of that very, very quickly. And that will be like, okay, I'm going to point my, say, drone at this target, say, I don't know, 500 meters away, because I know I'm going to lose signal in that last 500 meters. But I am going to, as a pilot, I'm going to look at the weather conditions, see how the drone's responding, and I'm basically going to line it up in the knowledge that I'm not going to control it for the last 500 meters. But my
Dead reckoning and start counting, right?
exactly. But the thing is, this is so geographically specific that you need your drone tech to have adapted those those things. And if you want to be really precise, you will literally go to a polygon and fly that shit, so that you know how that kind of stuff will behave. So basically, everyone's it's funny, it's like, okay, artillery gives precision, drones give greater precision, but frankly, for the last 500 meters in this war, the drone really doesn't know where it's going much of the time anyway. It's just relying on the skill of the humans behind it to go, okay, we know the enemy's here, we know other shit's going around it, so this is our best guess is in terms of how we hit that thing. And that's not all of that's actually probably a minority of the time, but that's a thing. There is still human intuition going in there, despite increased automation.
That's interesting, Alex. Since we got you here, I was going to ask you. We all see all these the drone videos, and especially the ones where you call it flying on the wire or whatever, or flying by, or not fly by wire, but what do you say, flying wire? Is that how you put it?
Fiber drones.
Yeah. Okay. But like the ones where they're chasing the guy through the rubble of a building, around corners. How do you keep control, or how do you know where your wire is behind you? Do you have to be cognizant of that? You're not going to cut it somehow, or is there specific training on that, or is that not a factor? Am I just stupid?
That is absolutely a factor. And an American defense company made themselves look like a complete bunch of idiots by forgetting it. So there's an American defense company called L3 Harris.
Yeah.
They put out a YouTube video with a company called Rotor Riot, really famous community group. Until I'm not going to get into what happened then. Rotor Riot, a really famous community group doing FPV drone videos. The first time, so Rotor Riot was like, yeah, we're flying the first ever L3 fiber optic drone in America from L3 Harris. Yeah, so these are some pretty good drone pilots. They dropped the drone in about a minute of taking off, because it wasn't in their mind of how you fly on fiber. So they were doing this pre-rehearsed scene. They had lots of cinematography on there, etc. Kudos to the Rotor Riot guys for actually releasing the unedited videos of the shit shows of how bad it was. But yeah, no, they literally cut their own fiber optic cable, and the drones dropped out the sky. So flying on fiber is not as simple as, oh, this is a fiber optic drone versus an RF drone. No, flying on fiber, wind is important, terrain is important, and this can be an advantage, and it can also be a disadvantage. So I've seen loads.
So
Well,
you're going to take a more experienced drone pilot to maybe transition them over to fiber.
absolutely,
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely. Like
Okay.
flying on fiber with that drag behind you. The environmental conditions make such a big difference. Reading to well, as a pilot, reading wind and terrain is much more challenging if you're on fiber. If you're the mission planner, fiber is much easier because you don't have to worry about RF so much. There are terrain issues. Yeah, there's no this is better than that. Like RF drones, like if you're imagining a scenario, it's like I have a certain amount of mass or payload of useful stuff like bang. If you're going to go on fiber, you're going to have much less bang or much less distance. But if you don't need much bang and the target is high value, maybe that's worth it. But at the same time, you could have a drone which is not on fiber and use special, operatives who do know how to fly drones, get them in closer, and then have them hit the target. So there is no one size fits all. Like if you just want to have the biggest bang for the lowest price, and your EW guys can get around it, you're not flying on fiber. But if there's a target you really really want to knock out, and it's within a certain distance, like I'd say, if you're talking fiber in the modern war, you're talking within 50 kilometers. If there's a very high value target, you're talking about fiber guided drone or more special operatives. And if you have enough fiber guided drones, you're probably going to go for the fiber guided because your chance of losing operatives is lower.
Gotcha. No,
That,
that's interesting.
thanks, Alex. Now I'm getting requests from the peanut gallery for Absurdistan absurdities, and so I'm going to move back off of drones, so we're going to talk about really absurd shit in Russia, or in and around Russia, because start off with the post put in the nest from special cursing cat Jeff. It's winter kills. It's the season apparently, right? Because in the last week there have been 3 high profile deaths in Russian officials. um, the latest being Alexei Skyler, the former head of Russia's Ministry of Labor, has been found dead in his private home in Moscow. The door was reportedly open and the body was found near the entrance. They claim it's suicide, but they don't provide any information about that. And uh, it's interesting. That one's just coincidental, but the other 2 in Cyprus seem like these might be related somehow, because, and I don't know how they'd be related, but both officials of the 2 deaths on Cyprus in the last week. Vladislav Baumgartner, the former CEO of the Russian fertilizer giant Ukral-Kali, was found dead in Cyprus. He was apparently discovered in the Avdamo area after being reported missing a couple of days earlier. They believe he was died in a rock climbing accident, because he was an aficionado of rock climbing. So it may have just been accidental, but interesting that just days earlier, one of the other staff members of the Russian embassy in Cyprus, a GRU officer, Alexei Panov, was found dead in the embassy, and that they did not report his death to Cyprus officials for more than 24 hours. They acknowledged his death only 3 days later. They said he'd left a suicide note, but it wasn't handed over to investigators, and they moved his body out of Cyprus back to Russia without any further investigation. So, uh, two suicides and an accidental death just in the last week of relatively high-ranking Russian oligarchs and officials here. Let's hope that continues.
Yeah, it may be maybe General Malyak's gotten started, or but the other thing was they were all relatively younger, weren't they? Like in their 50s. I mean, these guys weren't.
Right.
They
Yeah.
were.
40s, maybe early 50s.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Two in Cyprus. That's and like in a suicide investigation, as you would, you'd produce a suicide note 3 days later, and then haul the body off pretty quick, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems
Oh well, it's just the situations around the investigations here don't suggest that they're interested in finding any sort of real cause. But that's typical of Russia too. I mean, my favorite. I've never surpassed this ever. I don't think we will. The officer that was in charge of one of these major tank storage depots in 2022 was found at his desk with 6 shots from a pistol in the chest, and he was being found out because they were coming to collect a whole bunch of the tanks that he had on record as being at his facility, and quite a number of them were missing. And the day that they were going to arrive, and he was going to be found out for that, he was found with 6 shots in the chest as a suicide. Jeff, that's the worst case of suicide I've ever seen.
yeah, just kind of a get her done type of guy, you know.
Well, that's committing. Yeah, I mean, you get a bump stock, you wouldn't get 6 in the chest.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably stop after maybe 3 and go see a doc and just call it off for the day. What do you think?
This clearly isn't working. I need a higher caliber.
I'm just not good at this, so let's stop.
So there's that that I found very interesting. Uh, in addition to that, if you think the level of repression or the level of state observation inside Russia, if it comes to your mind that, oh, why don't Russians do something about this, or what, how does this happen, and why don't they say something, and all this, but it come to fruition. A guy was a simple speeding fine shows you how much you're being watched inside Russia, which is why I would advise no one to travel to Russia anymore. But a person in Russia has published on Telegram their story of the downside of digitalization when he was found to be speeding 72 kilometers an hour in a 50 zone, um, which isn't surprising. You get a ticket in the mail like you do here in Australia, but the fine notification included, and this shows that they need a digital transformation guy too. The fine notification was received via a push in the state services application, a push notification in the Mazalugi application, a letter from state services, a letter from Mazaluski, a push notification from Alpha Bank, a push notification from Sberbank, and a push notification from T Bank, then a letter from T Bank, and finally a push notification to Max, the new app you're required to have from Gazaslugi. So
And then
all those for one speeding fine. Do you think that their systems aren't surveilling you and all connected together to talk to one another? This is how
well,
your bank account gets frozen when you try to take out too much money, and they're definitely able to enforce those rules.
well, the kick in the nuts from that one would be the final push you get is from your local mobilization office after all that, right? Your speeding
Yeah, because
ticket.
that's connected to it too.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, state surveillance, and this is where you go when, uh, Putin's been in office since 2000, continually concentrating control, continually making oversight more tight and repressive. And so, living in Russia now, if you transported me back to Russia to go over there and live again, I would have flashbacks to the Soviet Union times myself, just because of how things have become in the last 10 years since I was living there. Uh, uh, they have changed a lot, and it was not. It wasn't repressive, but it was a little bit intimidating, even when I was there. Right, for instance, just for instance, I never came and went from Russia without the labor inspectorate and the immigration inspectorate having the same two guys waiting for me when I came and went from Russia, because we owned a company, and I was the general director. And if they're going to throw somebody in the Huskow, it's always the general director. Um, and how did they get notified that I was coming? Well, clearly the systems were tied together even back then, and these guys were always showing up to say there was some discrepancy, or look at something, try to see if there was some problem, because basically it's a shakedown for cash to see if you're going to bribe them, and then they'd show up in my office. Now, but interestingly, the level of spying sometimes approached East German levels. And this is way back in 2002, 2003, because I had a German teacher who was a English and German teacher at the university, but she taught me Russian privately outside for about a year and a half, until she went Burko, and I told her I wouldn't see her anymore, over Ukraine, by the way. But this is way, way, way back then. Um, but still, I sacked her, and she used to know. I She used to regularly ring my mobile phone when I was on the way from the airport to my apartment when I came back from my leave. So I never told her where I was going, anything like that. But she always knew when I was back in town, and she'd ring me. Are you going to start lessons again? And I said, no, no, I am not starting lessons again. I've found another teacher. But she wouldn't leave it alone, because, I, based on her political views, I reckon that she was, uh, an FSB agent, probably. And I know a couple other people that I worked with over there who are, one of which is absolutely an FSB agent, which I should have known of at the time. But I I wasn't over there to do anything political. I was just there to work. So I never really got involved in politics, which is probably part of the reason uh, uh, I never got in any trouble in Russia. Otherwise, I'd have been one of those guys like that Marine got imprisoned for several years.
Oh, it was Trevor Reed. I think.
Yeah, we ought to get him on and talk. I'd like to talk to him. I mean, he's an interesting guy. I never heard anything about him. There was all that talk about the female basketball player that got arrested about the same time,
Yeah.
and and all the hullabaloo over that. But his story faded very quickly. But I'll note that when he did finally get released, I think after about 2.5, 3 years worth of jail time over there, which can be no picnic, he decided that he was going to go volunteer to fight in Ukraine, and I applaud him for doing that. He's back in the United States now, but he did time over there helping out with the Ukrainian military, and thank you to him for his service. Honestly, I don't care if it was to get revenge or whatever. I could see that as
No,
being a
I
motivation.
think he had a white hot fire in his belly to go over there and try to kill Russians after how they treated him for 3 years. I think he just wrote.
And I can't blame
I
him.
think he just wrote a book, I believe, about his time in prison, and his service in Ukraine, I believe. um, I thought
Right.
Yeah, Zanika's giving me a thumbs up. I thought she had posted something about that. Yeah.
Well, she'll probably get him in to interview something like that because people always steal the good interviews. They always go talk to the popular people. So more Absurdistan. Here's a good one. You remember how the Russian government demanded Ros Komnadzor required everybody to get off all Western software and buy only Russian software for use in companies. Well, guess what? Do you reckon how well do you reckon that's proceeding, Jeff?
They're not known for their software, are they, Will? I didn't think so.
Well, they did have that Kaspersky thing, and a Russian designer did make Tetris, and Russians are fairly well known for their computing skills, but not not startups, not innovative startups like we need something to replace Microsoft Word and Excel and all these sorts of things. Max has not been a real winner so far with regard to outages and problems. So they do have some problems, and mostly it's just that I don't think their frame of mind is good in producing software that people embrace and want to use very well. Maybe because the result is, even though the government mandated that you get off all foreign software, 70% of Russian companies have refused to switch to domestic software.
Well,
Doesn't meet their needs.
Will, you brought that up, and it was either last few days I saw a story where there was a group of hackers that downloaded a huge amount of data from the Max platform, like all the your personal data that's in there, and they
I think that was actually a hoax, but it was a good looking
oh,
article.
god dang it. Well, yeah, they did post a member of the what's their fuck
The
the
Duma.
Duma, yeah. That was a hoax. God damn it, they got me.
Yeah, but it was a nice get them worried disinformation host because it's so believable.
Yeah.
It's they you design a piece of software like that to take the place of Telegram and WhatsApp and Signal and all that sort of stuff, but they didn't do the homework to build it right from the ground up, so that when they shut off services, mobile services to everything up in St. Petersburg, it also crashed Max at the same time. I bet you they harvested code from one of the other applications and built it in rather than write it from the ground up by themselves. So of the 80 managers surveyed by Medusa, from financial, industry, retail, IT, telecom, public administration, energy, transport, and logistics, all reports to them that 70% of all the managers across those industries have said not only do they continue to use their foreign software, they have no plans to change because the alternatives inside Russia are either not available or rubbish compared to the software that they're using now. Um, Operating systems weren't taken into account very well either, because the operating systems that the Russian developed software works on, he says, is compared to a DOS 2.1. I don't know where they're at now, but DOS 2.1 is something I remember. So it's got to be a very, very long time ago, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. I can't stuff the nest, Will. Remember me?
Son of a
uh,
Jennie. Jennie, what
Isn't
have you
it
got for us?
isn't it true that like most of the successful Russian developers and like programmers have been outside of Russia? Like I'm
Most of
thinking,
them
yeah,
have moved out of Russia, like
yeah,
VK. So some pieces of software that have been successful, like VContact, um, was so successful that that guy had to move to France and is wanted by the Russian police because his piece of software was too good and they wouldn't it didn't initially give them a back door into it.
Yeah, exactly. And same thing with Telegram.
Plus, he's corrupt as hell.
Yeah, well, he's Russian, so I'm biased and I don't care if anybody doesn't like it. But, corruption seems to come with the breast milk in that case. But like something I have noticed is that they they're all not living in Russia, like the ones that are really successful. Shocker, I know. It's like Russia doesn't want you to succeed. They're not thinking about like, oh, we could get more tax revenue. No. And so they all flee. Uh, yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
because
case. That's for sure.
and so yes, almost all the Russian highly skilled professionals that I know from having lived and worked in Russia, almost all of them want to move overseas. Um, Mostly for the sake of their children that they're going to have, because they want their children to have a better life, and they just don't see that great a life for themselves inside Russia, even though many of them don't think it's that bad. It's just that it's look, I've been to Moscow, I've been to St. Petersburg, I've been to the cities in the Far East. I spent 14 years going back and forth working in Russia and lived there full time for 8 years, and now it's like, well, you banned, you'll never go back to Russia now. And I'm like, I won't miss it. I won't miss it. I haven't been to Sweden yet. I haven't been to Finland. Why the hell would I ever want to go back to Russia for when, there's better places that I haven't even been to yet. I just know they're better. So, but
Finland is
they
so,
too, the Russians do talk like you're, oh, you're so disadvantaged you can't go to Russia anymore. Most people
yeah.
actually don't want to live there. Well, most of the people that can get out do find a way out.
Yeah, no, and also Norway. I don't know if you've been there and traveled the coast. You
Nope.
should. You should. It is so Norway, out of the Nordics, Norway's the pretty one. Finland, their education system is actually, they have done things, they're super smart when it comes to that. Also, it is known as the land of a thousand lakes for a reason. I have no idea how many lakes they have, but they're like all over the place. This is like a remnant from the Ice Age, and then they fill up like little grooves, and voila, Finland has like a gazillion lakes. And then there's
Referred
Sweden.
to as the water park, I believe.
Yeah, and it is so beautiful. So, but the one thing that both, like all countries have in common is small population, a lot of land. So we really haven't, cut down nature. There's a lot of nature in both
And
countries.
a lot of biting flies and shit in the summertime.
It's not that bad. There are like some places, but here's what they do. So mosquitoes, they lay their eggs in water and then they hatch and then they munch on humans. Um, at least we do this in Sweden. We dump diesel. We diesel bomb that particular.
Nice thin layer of diesel on top of those. But that way, it makes the eggs lose their hydrophobic nature, and they drown.
Exactly. And voila, you don't have as many mosquitoes. It really isn't that bad.
But you
Um,
do have a diesel covered lake,
but we're talking like one or
only in the
two.
shallows. I understand. I'm just
Yeah.
giving you a hard time. So Norway's got all the
No, but
best of the looking stuff.
yes,
Finland's got the water parks and the healthy respect for personal space, and
yes,
Sweden just the hot blonde chicks.
yes. Also, healthy respect of personal space because, we had to get closer because they said that the recommendation was 6 feet, and we're like, damn. Also, we were supposed to hang out with like 10 people, and we're like, I don't even like 10 people. You
Damn,
guys
I
leave
can't.
me.
I don't think I could put 10 people in the same room if you asked me to.
Well, they
Yeah.
Sweden's known for stealing Olympic athletes to world record.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, yeah.
Again, it's the Swedish hot chicks. We
Plus,
can't
they got
help
the
that.
Swedish blonde chicks. Yeah, if you got all the Swedish blonde chicks, you're going to get lots of athletes in.
Sweden punches above its weight in pop music as well. Definitely.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
true. That is true.
Yeah, we are number 3 in the world when it comes to exporting music. We also punch above our weight when it comes to the NHL hockey players. Usually we are in the triple figures when it comes to players in the NHL. The next country is below Sweden is Finland, and they are around between like 30 and 50 players, whereas Sweden is always around the 100 mark. So
But
we punch
regardless
above
of
our
that,
weight there.
they're both better than Russia, which was my point. Zdenka?
Yeah.
Just a quick question for Jenny. Today on the Australian news, I heard about a big controversy in Sweden about a song written by AI. So the song's super, super popular, but appears there's no real artist. Did you want to say something about that? So there you were talking about pop music. I thought I'd just add that in.
So there was a little bit for like a very short period, because I don't think that one is new. And like because I had a friend who was like into the music scene, and she was doing things, and her boyfriend is a DJ. And I said, it doesn't really matter. Like, because we had this massive discussion about this. And I'm like, are you going to be this upset when we have AI delivery trucks that is taking away work from actual drivers that can make actual, good decisions? And she was like, yeah, but she wasn't so sure. And I said, here's the thing. Yes, it will get airtime on the radio. It might be played on, like if you make a music video, you can watch it on YouTube. They will never be able to have a concert. And in Sweden, it's still a big thing to go to concerts. Nobody is going to go to a concert where you have a little robot going back and forth on the stage with like
I don't know.
loudspeakers.
Daft Punk did pretty well.
Yeah, but there was
Okay, those were
humans
fake
behind it.
robots.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not going to have like an actual little robot on the stage. So they have no way of being an authentic band. In Sweden, we still make fun of people who do playback. If you're just like up there and not actually singing. If we discover this, you will notice a drop in ticket sales your next show. You can do the playback with the music, but if you're not singing, we think you're crap. Just saying. So that that poor little AI, they had one song. It was like a one-hit wonder. And I'm willing to give AI that. Mainly because fuck Russia.
Indeed. Now, I have a couple of more Absurdistan stories that are important that show we're moving right along in the right direction in Russia this year, where I think the trend is all going to be bad. Sanctions, including Ukrainian sanctions, which are my favorite sanctions, are clearly having the desired effect on Russia's oil and gas business. Because if you look at total over oil and gas tax revenue since the start of the full-scale war, relative percentage contribution, a percentage contribution to the budget relative to GDP. Only January of 2023 was worse than right now, and that was a momentary blip down. What we see in the numbers now from when Ukraine started striking refineries in earnest. So this is including before when they were shut. So they struck some refineries early on in late 2023, early 2020. Sorry, late 2020. No, late 2023. Just going into 2024, they started striking some refineries, and then they held off in 2025 because they were kind of warned off it and tried to show earnest for a peace deal might happen, and they didn't. They were told you should not aggravate this. But the Biden administration had them slow down, and then the Trump administration had them slow down. But since they reacquired their interest in striking refineries, they have driven it down and kept it down, which is what's important, right? Not the overall reduction, but keeping it down because the contribution to the budget percent of GDP is down to around 4% from its peak of about 12. So we even taking the average the average oil and gas receipts as part of the budget are only 55% of what they were prior to the commencement of the war. So that is working, and these are the numbers pulled out of the the Russian government Ministry of Finance published numbers. So these have to be right, or not be huge lies, because they cascade into so many other things. That this is the thing about gap accounting. Uh, Normally, I wouldn't believe anything from Russian, but sometimes they can't lie. Otherwise, the numbers that cascade through everything in gap accounting, things won't work out. So they tell lies, but sometimes they tell lies that have interesting trends. And the interesting trend here is what we knew before, which is oil and gas revenues are significantly reduced. And here's the first signal that I've seen this year on potential black swan event related to a credit crisis with one of the major rural banks. Russian Agricultural Bank has stopped taking. Uh, they stopped accepting family mortgages for housing. Rosal has already suspended the processing of loans. That's not a very big one, and others don't. Experts don't rule out that other market players will follow. The reason the change in the program is the reduction in state support, with the liquidity of the banks being critical. So, if the government wants to issue bonds, they require these big banks to buy those bonds, but that reduces the float they've got. They don't have enough money then to loan out to other things, and if they loan you a house, if they loan it out on household mortgages, uh, uh, they just don't have it. They'll go beyond their liquidity threshold. So they've stopped issuing mortgages, and that is a good signal that if they're ready to cut off domestic use of credit, they're going to force people into situations where they're always using more cash on things, not just mortgages, but if you can't get a mortgage, you're going to have to rent. And that goes to your cash flow, and cash flow goes to your monthly need. And if your monthly need is too high than your cash flow, then you're going to have to start with drawing down any savings that you've got. And inflation is going up, with especially with this other related story, which is the tax. The taxes have gone up. The VAT has gone from 20 to 22%, and a 2% tax increase might not sound shocking to you, but a 2% VAT tax compounds through the economy, with the economists saying that the VAT increase to 22% on everything that it applies to is going to put a major burden on logistics, raw materials, and energy carrier costs, which means that they suspect that vegetables and fruits will become 15 to 20% more expensive this year. Alcohol and tobacco will rise between 17 and 30% due to increased excise taxes, which have also gone up. Tea and coffee will go up by 15 to 20%. Cereal, pasta, oils, canned goods are expected to go up by between 5 and 15%. And meat and dairy products are going up by 10 to 20%. So these things are cascading through the economy. If you're not able to get any credit and you're just spending cash, you're going to be depleting your savings much quicker. And remember, those banks also hold money from individual depositors as part of the means by which they maintain their liquidity. So either the federal government is going to have to try to inject more money into these banks again, another major repo when they want to go to bond issuance for the money go round, to try to keep the defense economy running. But Uh, who knows whether or not that'll work all year? So the other thing, when they changed the VAT tax to 20 to 22%, the most important thing they did was actually reduce the reporting threshold so that people that businesses that turned over 60 million rubles had to report previously, and they reduced that down to 20 million rubles this year, and it's going down to 10 next year. So if your entire business turns over more than 2 million rubles, 20 million rubles, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's not that much money. It's like $200,000. So it's if your business is turning revenue, if your revenue of your business is $200,000 or more, you're now caught in the reporting threshold, and that means businesses are quitting that. As I talked about before, people that I know in the Far East have reported that vendors are closing up in the malls. They're abandoning stalls in the open Torgovli centers. They're are dropping. They had been at the end of last year selling out all their inventory and getting out of a shop front as a means to do business. They were still going to be into trading, but they were going to do it informally as individual entrepreneurs so that they didn't have to meet the reporting requirements and the new tax thresholds. So the government's come along after that, has said its latest plan to capture money and make sure the tax, the uh, people they're drawing from don't go down. The authorities have proposed freezing the statute of limitations for tax crimes and increasing the fines for individual entrepreneurs. Basically, if you get caught trading without registering a company previously, the fine under Article 171 of the Criminal Code was 300,000 rubles. It's now going to be 1.5 million rubles, and they're going to make additional crimes for areas, fines for 35 types of economic crimes of entrepreneurs. And if you're found to be over the threshold and you're not reporting, or you didn't enter the system as a company and you maintain your operation as an individual entrepreneur, you're going to get fined heavily because they see what I said was going to happen is definitely happening, and their tax base is being eroded. So the only answer is introduce new laws. Yeah, introduce some new laws to punish people who won't follow the old laws, and that's what they've now proposed. Expect to see those probably. If the Ministry of Finance has proposed those, it'll probably be another month or two before they change both the statute of limitations and the penalties, and list the additional crimes that'll be subject to penalty for individual entrepreneurs. So they don't want to go back to that. They want to go back to the Soviet Union, but they don't want to go back to the 90s when businessmen ran rampant in Russia.
Oh man, yeah, you can't mess with the laws of gravity, right? Will, and same thing in finance too, right? So
Yeah, they will eventually catch up with you. And the last thing I'll say, Absurdistan wise, that's a bad signal for them is things are starting to go bad in an economy when um, people start avoiding luxury goods. They stop buying long term purchases. They start cutting back on things. And I'll just note that multiple large restaurant chains in Russia have begun closing down en masse. Um, Domino's Pizza. When Domino's Pizza pulled out of the country, they nationalized the material there, and they changed the name from Domino's just to Domino Pizza. That's and they weren't sued for trademark infringement by Domino's because good luck, they were smart not to do that. But Domino Pizza franchise was taken over in after the real company left, and it was owned by Tamati, and a restaurateur named Pinsky has started to collapse. They've closed their outlets in one, two, three, four, five, six different suburbs of Moscow, and also the day before 27 chocolatniks, 8 double ebb coffee shops, and 8 yakitoria restaurants closed in Moscow. And there are also reportedly mass layoffs in the Rostic restaurant chain in Moscow and St. Petersburg. So when the economy cools, the first thing is people abandon luxury goods and they avoid durable good purchases that are a long time. No cars, no new appliances, things like that. Eventually, when it really starts to bite, they don't even go out and treat themselves to the cheaper restaurants, not the expensive restaurants. These are, a pizza chain going out of business means you're in pretty bad shape, I reckon, Jeff.
Yeah, I'd say they stole the Domino's idea from Coming to America with McDowell's. I don't know if you ever saw that movie. Eddie Murphy definitely stole that idea. Oh, and
Well, we had a Burger King here in Australia when Burger King showed up, but uh, they had to change the name here in Australia to Hungry Jack's because the Burger King was already taken, and they sued and all that, and they got the name Burger King handed over to them, but by that time they'd been here long enough that everybody knew them as Hungry Jack's, so they maintained the name.
nice, nice. Well, I think Will, it's
Is it time for the first responders
I think
show?
so. I think so. I think we're sitting in their seat.
Well, thanks, Jeff, and good luck to you in your activities here for the next couple of months. I applaud your efforts, but I'll certainly miss sitting with you every day on Friday for me, and be ready to welcome you back whenever you become available again, sir. Or pick another time. I'll do another show with you.
Yeah, there. Yeah, well, yeah. I'll be up when I can, man. So I enjoyed it too. So take care and Slava Ukraini.
Hiram Slava. And I think that means Jeff's going to fall out, and we'll get either our firefighter or our former paramedic slotted in for the first responders hour or whatever we're going to call it. GenesisMan will come up with a good name, and we'll hand over to these two able gentlemen. How are you, GenesisMan? Did you like the look of those Indian blokes? Not enough guys leaning on their shovels, but it did remind me of a fire crew that I've seen in Russia.
Yeah, it reminded me of the old who's in charge thing that goes around fire services. So you got 30 blokes, one bloke in charge that's actually on the shovel doing the work, and 30 telling him how to do it. So I thought that was rather good. Indicative of the Russian fire service at the moment, I must admit. Yeah. How was you anyway?
Yeah. Good. Hot day here in Perth today, but 30 degrees at 8 o'clock in the morning is not my idea of a good time. But it's all right. I have a few complaints.
Good.
Right. Well, I haven't seen you plugged in yet. I assume Heather's probably still running the host
I
phone.
just
But as
I
soon as
just accidentally muted him.
Yeah,
But
we're on
oh,
it now. We're on it
yeah,
now.
I
well, I'm just going to sit here and chit chat until see, because I'm lazy. This is well, normally I get hooked from my co-host spot after somebody's in because not because I'm not ready to go. It's because I'm just basically lazy.
and
And he's
there was the
hooked.
hook.
Brilliant time in there, Heather.
Thank you very much.
Timing, Prince, timing. Well played.
He usually sets me up with a good opportunity, and he likes it so much. He's a twisted man.
Bit of a masochist, that one, eh?
Well, just eventually, I know that she'll get the shits and drop me out. My life revolves around two things, Midwest: plausible deniability and annoying Prince.
Well, bravo. I think you're doing aces in both of those. I think so. Good scorecard for you there, Will. And hey, Genesis man, welcome up. Happy to sit with you again.
Yeah, first responders show. I think we need to come up with a better one than that, but there you go. So, topics for today, Midwest. So, I thought I knew what I was going to start off with today, which would have been the shipping response from Europe to the Russian shadow fleet. However, have you seen the breaking news from President Zelensky?
I've not. No, go ahead.
Well, I think he's got a final dose of the fuckums, and he's telling Trump to fuck off. Well, he's come out and said that because Trump's obviously had a dig at Zelensky for not accepting the Russian deal that he's trying to give to him. And President Zelensky has turned around and said that, Ukraine has never been not interested in a peace deal. We've accepted all the terms, and it's the Russians. It's not us. So a general stick in the face to Trump, the Mango Mussolini, as Will calls him, which is I'm tending to go with that at the moment. So that's what I got. So where do you want to start today, sir?
Well, I've got some I've got some uh just some general news to kind of cover here. I'm sure Will probably covered some of this, but it bears repeating. And got some I got a nice poo story in there. I got some tale of woe from an older gentleman leaning on a cane. Some good drone videos. I mean, I got a little bit of everything. But I did see that now that you mentioned that from Zelensky. Yeah, I mean, this has got to be the fastest Groundhog Day turnaround from the Taco Man that we've seen to date. I mean, it was just like 2 days ago he was slamming Putin in the news, and now we've switched gears again, eh?
Yeah, you do that when you get dementia, mate. You don't know what day or month or year it is, or the last cup of tea you had, really. So nothing surprises me with that man anymore. People tell me stuff on a regular basis, and they go, "That's incredible." I go, "No, that's just him at the moment," because that's what he's doing. And I meant to say this the other day, but if people look at the American administration at the moment, it is in full blown propaganda mode. It just is relentlessly going at it every single day, every single minute. They are just they're covering, and I'm not going to go to what they're covering up for, but fuck it, I will. They're covering up the Epstein files, and he's just at it 24/7. Is all I've got to say. But anyway, that's all I want to say about him today. Jenny, go ahead.
I just want everybody to take a pause and contemplate what GenesisMan just said. They're covering up the Epstein files. Imagine what is in that file that it justifies starting wars. Because Greenland, both the Prime Minister um, of Denmark, who is the official guardians or occupiers of Greenland, and the local government, their local PM, has said, we want to be a part of Denmark. We don't want to be a part of the US. We don't want to be one of the states. We eventually want to be completely sovereign. And I listened to Caroline Levitt yesterday, and she said, Trump wants Greenland, and we are working hard at acquiring it. And they have already said that they don't rule out military actions. Then you have Iran, and then you have Venezuela on top of that. What the hell is in the files that justifies all of these actions to distract the American people? Just let that sink in for a moment. Thank you. Because fuck Russia and fuck this administration.
One word, pedophilia.
Oh, well played, Prince.
Snuff
Jenny,
films.
No, I think it's worse than pedophilia because if it was just, I mean, like, look at Scott Ritter. Yes, we have shunned the man, rightfully so, but you know, pedophilia is not worth starting wars, especially not a big one against Europe. Right now, we're packing Greenland full of soldiers from all over Europe. Sweden has sent the initial crews. We're going to send more. Finland is sending people. And Norway has already troops on the ground. France has already troops on the ground. Germany is contemplating. So, what is in the files that justifies a all-out war with Europe from the American perspective? It's not pedophilia because we already suspect him of you doing that shit, kitty pin, like kitty touching. But it has got to be something worse because I don't see it justifying and having puppets like Carolyn Levitt sit there and spout the shit that I heard yesterday because she's full on nuts. I'm just saying. But yeah, it is something horrendous in those files. Thank you. Because fuck Russia and this administration.
thank you, Jenny. So I totally agree with you. Um, and to be clear, people, up to now, and there is a American law saying, and he signed it, saying that he should release the full redacted for with people's names and addresses and all that files as released Guess how much, Midwest?
I want to say, isn't it like 2% or something like that, Genesis Man?
Yeah, so it's 3%, sir. To date, they've released 3% of the total of the Epstein files. So I would all go and get some more popcorn, people, because it's going to get real before long. And there are numerous court cases going through the courts at the moment to get them to release them as we speak. Anyway, I think we've done that topic to death, sir. Let's talk about something else. Over to you. What you got?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we could really waste a whole space yapping about America, but we'd ultimately get nowhere. But I've got some news out of the Russia here. Some shitty, some explodey, a whole lot, little bit of defections. But let's start with this one here. So I've got this post. It's the first one I put in the nest after Zdenka's post by LX Summer. This is so this is apparently a Interior Ministries Professional Training Center. It says there's a version of a light noise grenade. I take that to be like a flashbang type grenade. Exploded at the Interior Ministries Professional Training Center. A criminal case has been initiated following an incident in one of the administrative buildings in, that's way too many consonants in a row. Syktyvkar. Yeah, we're going with that. According to the investigation, on January 15, an explosion occurred in one of the rooms of the Interior Ministry's Professional Training Center building, located on the Izemsky district of the city of Syktyvkar. At present, investigators and forensic investigators of the investigative that's a lot of investigating of the investigative department are working on the scene of the incident. Investigative actions are being carried out aimed at establishing a full picture of what happened. All the injured of the explosion at Syktyvkar are trainees of the Interior Ministry's Professional Training Center. 9 people were injured in the explosion. 1 person refused hospitalization. The injured were taken to Komi Republic Clinical Hospital and the city of Ezva Hospital. The condition of 4 is extremely serious. Emergency medical teams continue to be on duty at the scene. If you look at the videos here, you see kind of a little bit of a blown out little building there, Genesis Man. So, yeah, government buildings, government training centers, not the kind of place that you would expect grenades to be going off at, eh?
No, I saw that one, and that's got to be sabotage of some way, shape, or form. Or we could go back to the non-maintenance policy of the Russian Federation, and the boiler blew up, which is more than possible at any stage. I mean, anything's possible in Russia because stuff just keeps blowing up. So either or, sir.
Yeah, it could be either one. It's really impossible to say, but you'd think a secure government building would be the last place you get an explosion. But hey, that's what we think based on how we live here in the West. And Russia is a different animal. The next story I've got. Oh, this is kind of a nice little lighthearted one. It's about a defection. So this is by the Euromaidan Press. Last week when we were on Genesis Man, we pointed out how the Ukrainian drone operators take special precautions to, preserve the lives of the horses and the mounted cavalry that the Russians are utilizing increasingly these days. And this one, it's a day old, so we may have covered it on the space before, but near Huliopol in the Zaporizhia Oblast, Russian horsemen attempted to infiltrate through Ukrainian defense lines. The first separate assault regiment was ready. Soldiers neutralized the riders with small arms, then captured both horses and evacuated them to a safe locations. The regiment commander shared footage of the operation and confirmed the horses were not harmed. So you see these 2 horses just kind of hanging out. Presumably their riders have been neutralized. And then the next clip, you see Ukrainian infantry hopping on and taking the defecting horses back to the Ukrainian side. So that's good to see.
Oh, I caught that one as well. Anything that Russia has is going to end up in Ukraine, in it, because they keep losing shit daily, hourly, seconds. Every second they lose stuff. So yeah, had to happen at some stage.
I'll tell you what, though, those horses are going to be a lot happier on the Ukrainian side than they ever would be on the Russian side. And Zdenka, I see you just popped your hand up. You go ahead.
I just wanted to say that the word underneath the horses in the video is evacuatia, evacuation of the horses.
Fantastic. Yeah, evacuating back to safe space after the Ukrainians spared their lives. They're under no obligation. They could easily just hit that horse and rider and won, but that's certainly within the laws of war and things. It wouldn't be a bad or evil thing to do, but that they take special precautions to try and avoid that and try and just deal with the rider independently from the animal, and that's it says a lot about how their side likes to fight. Hey.
Yeah, as usual, Midwest, Ukraine doing the right thing, people. Every single time, every single choice is the right choice, the Ukrainian choice. It's the only way. Just quickly circling, because loads of people have in the background are telling me stuff. Just circling back to the Mango Mussolini. Remember he flipped off a Ford worker the other day
Yeah, I do remember that. Told him, fuck you.
after he called him a pedo protector. Guess how much? So they set up a go because Ford, being, sucking up to the Mango Mussolini, sacked the fellow or laid him off or did something anyway. So they set up a GoFund for me. Guess how much it's hit at the moment.
Well, I saw it about 24 hours after it was started, and I want to say it was 170,000. Probably 2 years' wages for that fella at that Ford factory. But what's it up to now?
$338,000. Man can retire, I think. Oh yeah, what goes around comes around. Well, so to all the and people go on about, and I must be clear, I'm not against American people. I think they're all lovely. What I'm against is the Trump administration and all its followers. Those are the people I hate. But the rest of you are obviously taking care of business. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing that. Well played, America. Zelenka?
His union is actually going in to fight for him. I saw a post from his union, and apparently it's quite a strong union. They're going to go in to fight for his rights to First Amendment expression.
Thank you, Zelenka. And so they should. I mean, any self-respecting union would stand up for that sort of nonsense from Ford and just stamp it out because it's just lunacy. You have to work with unions and you have to work with the workforce to get a better product. You can't be this um, adversarial stance that most employers in the US take. It's just bloody wrong. It's no good for nobody.
Yeah, the UAW Union of Automotive Workers is one of the most, if not the most powerful unions in the U.S. Certainly represents a ton of people, and yeah, that's they'll get him reinstated. They'll get him back paid, probably with a little bit extra money, and he may or may not want to keep working with that little nest egg he's built up through his GoFundMe. There, he might go find a new job, eh?
Yeah, I'm thinking I might be setting up my own business somewhere Midwest, doing my own thing and giving the big thumbs up to Forward. There you go. So, in other news, crack on, sir.
Well, the next thing I've got here is in Kupiansk. This is, I believe, Will correct me, but I believe Kupiansk is, isn't that where Putin invited everybody to come see for themselves? If you were
Yeah,
a journalist.
he invited he on October 29th, Putin invited journalists to a tour, a press junket of both Kupiansk and Pokrovsk.
Fantastic. Well, here's some updated footage from Kupiansk. This is by Rock Nafo Raccoon here. It says, abandoned and probably hungry, more Russian cocksuckers were captured without a fight in the Kupiansk direction. So we see some AFU guys here because, they're surrounding this building where there's obviously some kind of dug in Russians. And to their credit, they could just toss a grenade in there, but they're giving them the opportunity to surrender. You see them come out, they're surrounded by AFU. They immediately get down to the ground and, yeah, they get patted down and taken as POWs. So, you know, um, I don't know. They'll probably get to the exchange fund. They'll get exchanged eventually, and I imagine they'll get tossed right back into the front there. And just on the last thing, I just got a message in the back channel about the GoFundMe. Excuse me. Apparently, it reached 500,000, and the guy shut it off because he didn't want to take any more money than that. So it's up to 500 grand, according to one of the listeners here that messaged me in the back channel.
Oh, superb. Absolutely superb. He's had to shut it down because they've got too much money. Just wonderful news.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Um, okay, so moving quickly on, this is another post by Rock Nafo Raccoon. So we're used to seeing poo fountains in Russia. That's nothing new. But if you look at this one, it's a Russian Baba. It appears that she's pouring. Well, I'm not going to guess what it is. It's a bucket of brown. And if you watch the video here, some younger woman is accosting her, and she's just telling her, "Mind your business. There's nothing for you to see here." She's dumping her poo in the street.
Yeah, their plumbing is a lot
The
leaves a
thing
lot to
is,
be
it's not
desired.
actually the street. The thing is, it's the courtyard around a bunch of buildings like the one I used to live in Russia, and this woman's out dumping her bucket of shit out in the walkway. She didn't even walk off the major walkway. She's just dumping it in the puddles on the unshoveled walkway in the courtyard where these people all live around. So the woman who's complaining to her says, "Now the whole, the front yard smells like your shit." And she said, none of your business, nothing to see here. There clearly is something to see here, and it's a big bucket of shit you just dumped out in the street or in the courtyard. It's foul. And I can tell you from personal experience that a lot of places, a lot of people do that are inconsiderate. You cannot have public space in Russia without some asshole ruining it.
Well, how
So,
about that, Ben?
uh, sorry, Midwest. Will,
No,
just to
great, man.
finish that story off. So, in those places, those courtyards, do they have their own private loos, or have they got a communal loo that everybody uses? Which is it?
No, no, they've got the building she's in there. Those are Khrushchevsky's. They'd have toilets inside, but obviously her plumbing isn't working, or there's some problem, and she's for some reason decided to take a bucket of her waste outside. But she didn't go find a drain to pour it down. She just dumped it in this on the side on the path out in front of the apartment building. The places that used to be absolutely foul because they had no maintenance and everything, the basements of those buildings, whew, if you were walking along the buildings there, I never ever never walked close to those buildings because you'd walk by one of the open windows to the basement area for ventilation, and it would be exhausting, really foul. There would always be sewage standing in the basements of those buildings. The stairwells usually smell really foul. uh, Honestly, you get used to the smell of shit in Russia.
Yeah, I knew there was a good reason why I never wanted to work in Russia. I think we've just found it.
That's just real medieval and very Russian there. I mean, you hear about like in medieval times, they just dump the crap right out of their castles or the, whatever, several story buildings that they had. They just dump it right out the window there. And well, here we are seeing it in 2026.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Right. Do you want to carry on, or shall I give a couple? Because I think, hang on. Have you heard the news about the Germans started to stop the Shadow Fleet from entering the Baltics? Have you heard?
Yeah, I've heard that. I think go ahead and cover that. I don't have it primed up, and I think our listeners love to hear about that.
So a couple of things, and what people do or governments do is they release stuff into the press, don't they, to give warning to people about what they're going to do, and it would look it on the surface, people, it would sound or look like the UK has finally found its spine and have sort of sorted out the legalese way of doing stuff. So that they're going to come from a legal point of view. They found some legislation that they can stop and inspect and even take take over these these Shadow Fleet tankers from the UK, which I thought was a really good step forward from the UK because we're not really good at putting our front foot forward. But notwithstanding that, the Germans have taken the bull by the horns and they've actually stopped a few tankers going into the Baltic waters. They're just not having it anymore, and they're doing it. They're doing it on safety grounds, aren't they? And the fact that they're not insured, they're under different flags or uh, what's the word they use? Not flags of convenience. That's it. And they call them zombie ships because they they change their flags and insurance like weekly or daily. Point is they're not insured. So the Russians will tell you they're insured, but actually when you dig into it, there's no insurance at all. So the Germans, bless them, have taken the bull by the horns and they are stopping these tankers from going into the Baltics. The next stage is to start impounding the bloody things, which I'm hoping we're going to start doing. Yeah, thank you for that, mate. So let's see where that goes. But it's a definite step forward. I know we're getting to that time in the of the day where we're both having an argument about who's sitting where, and we're just making that presence felt. I'm sorry about that.
Well, Mockers isn't up here right now, so somebody's got to have cat drama this morning, I think. And yeah, so my understanding is they didn't seize these ships. Is that correct? They didn't seize them, but they just denied them. They denied them entry to the Baltic Sea, basically at
Yeah,
the.
yeah.
Okay.
Didn't seize them, but have denied them access to the Baltic waters, and just said no. Sling your hook, mate. You need to go and do stuff somewhere else because you can't do it here. Because we're not having it. You're not insured. We don't believe any of your paperwork. And there you go. And what I do know is they're all subject to maritime industry laws. That hasn't changed. Russia's part of the signatory to that, and I would. So I teach SDCW 95 regulations to firefighters and stuff on board, and I'll tell you now, none of them are qualified. None of them are qualified.
So my question while Will is still up here then, what are the options if they can't get past the English Strait into into the Baltic and they can't get let's assume that they can't get into the Black Sea or they're unwilling to due to Ukrainian
They head
sanctions.
north. They head
So
north. They turned them
what's
around.
up
They
there?
headed north. They go through the White Sea and have to port at either Murmansk or Archangel.
Those sound very cold this time of year, Will.
Yeah, and hopefully, if they're lucky, they have icebreaker service up there to make sure the channels are clear and they don't run into anything unexpected. But if they make it to Murmansk or Archangels, they then have the problem of transferring and shipping whatever they're carrying through a much more complicated logistics route. But it's a great thing. It's just like tell your story walking. Germany said, "Nope, you're not coming through our EEZ waters because you're not." Compliant, so find another way or comply with the legislation. I would prefer they impound those vessels, but doing it that way is also acceptable.
Well, and they got to go by those shady Nordic states, and some of them are just looking for a fight. And speaking of, I see Yenny's got her hand up, so please, Yenny.
I just raised my hand to say, like, who has the best icebreakers in the world? Apparently, because they're always on loaned out to or contracted to do places that is not in their own country. I hint, it's not Russia. Obviously, it's Sweden. And we gave them Nordic names, obviously. So they're Oden, Loke, and Frey, or Freya. Those are the three icebreakers that are the busiest. They work year round, obviously not in the north all the time, but they also go down to the south to break ice. And they are not taking contracts from Russia. Kind of funny how that works because even icebreakers go fuck Russia.
Fantastic, I love that. And how long, Yenny, until one of the Nordic states decides that these people trying to go around north, presumably through the some of the Nordic countries' EEZs, because they don't want to go further north and get up in the ice. Assuming there is a path that's been cut, how long until the Nords start harassing these things and saying, "Hey, I don't like your flag. I don't like your insurance. You need to come into our port. We need to inspect some stuff."
That would have to be Norway. So Norway kind of wraps around on the top over both Sweden and Finland. There is a point where the three nations meet, but Norway goes all the way over to Russia and they share a 200-kilometer long border with Russia. Um, so once they get sick and tired of seeing like those boats coming their way, then hopefully they will impound them and just, take them and then decommission them because I've seen the rust buckets. They're not seaworthy. So that's what I'm hoping to see coming from Norway. And we'll back them up. Sweden and Finland will back them up. We'll also stand there and shout. The funny thing about the Nordics is like we get to pick on each other. We get to call each other names. If you're not part of the Nordics, you don't get to play with us. Then we're like really like siblings. We will bicker and fight amongst ourselves until an outside force tries to get in on the action, and then we will unleash on that person united. It's kind of funny.
Is it Thiel? My brother's a son of a bitch, but he's my son of a bitch.
Exactly like that. Because I mean, like there has been, words exchanged between Sweden and Denmark for over 1,000 years. Like I think it's like 1,200 years, and they, up until 200 years ago, they erupted into wars. We actually beat England and France in how many wars we fought. So they're number two on the list. Sweden and Denmark are number one. That's how many times we fought wars. And what do we do now when an outside idiot decides to get in on the action and bully Denmark? We we join them in the fight against the adversary, because that is what brothers do. We will fight and argue. And also, I have to say, my favorite law in Denmark is the one that says if a Swede crosses over to Denmark on the ice, that one is very important. We can go by bridge, by boat, and fly to Denmark, and we'll be fine. But if we decide to walk across the ice to Denmark from the southern tip of Sweden, they are allowed to beat us with sticks. They have not changed the law since like the 1600s when we did that. So yeah, they're allowed to beat us with sticks if we cross the ice.
That's fantastic. My own fan fiction here in these boats having to go around is, I'd love to see one of these suckers get iced in. Let's get a nice cold blast and get a nice ice set up and get one of these ships iced in and stuck up there, and then have to plead with the Norwegian Coast Guard or somebody to come help get them free. And they say, "Yeah, mate, sure, we'll get you out, but you're going to follow us back to port after we do." That'd be fantastic. All right, Genesis man, you said you had a couple things primed up here. I didn't know if you wanted to keep on or wanted me to keep on with my couple things I had here. What would you like, sir?
Just so Jenny just mentioned that the Russian ships are rust buckets. So back in my teaching days at the fire school, we were asked by the MCA once to inspect a ship who had failed an MCA inspection for firefighting stuff. So we went to hang on, just wait you. We went to Wales to inspect the ship, was where it was docked, and part of that inspection is a walk around, and I'm not joking. At certain times during my walk around, I was in about a foot's worth of rust along the hull. So I can attest to them being absolute rust buckets. They do absolutely no maintenance whatsoever on those things. And they were supposed to have 6 breathing apparatus sets on board. They had 3.5, literally 3.5. And they had to buy loads of stuff to pass the inspection. But I can attest to them being rough buckets. And the reason that Otis is moaning at the moment is he's lost his ball and he's trying to ask his dad to find it for him. So I'll be back with you in a minute after I've found the ball. Over to you.
Oh dear. Yep, cat drama. It wouldn't be Booms and Well without some cat drama. So I'm glad you're filling in there. Yeah, that's interesting. So 6 SCBAs you're saying on this ship. We'll come back on that so you can find that ball. But in the meantime, I'll move on to this next story I've got. So this one, if we're following along and swiping to the left, is by Word Translated. It says this is an old man. You'll notice he's leaning on his cane. Oh, there was a Russian saying that made its way into English that didn't translate right. Something about a poor waif standing in his underwear, and boy, if I've ever seen a poor waif in his underwear, that's this video here. Apparently, this guy is a Russian assault trooper. He looks to be about 65, 70. He's leaning on a cane. He looks like hell. He can barely lift up his body armor, let alone his helmet and his kit. And he's making a personal message to Putin, telling him what an idiot he is and telling him all this and that from his bunker where he's got all his stuff down there and saying, "Oh, the other boys just went out. They're all going to be gone by morning. Uh, this is me. And here's my kit. And these are the fighters that we're putting out. All the young ones are gone. And it's going to be people like me that are gone. And then there's going to be nothing left." So take a look at that fella, and that's your Russian assault trooper there. These are the kind of guys you see walking on crutches and whatever, that are just not. They're basically just drone fodder. They're just out there trying to just catch a drone and somehow let the Russians a little bit further back figure out where the Ukrainians are so they can do something about it. But they can't even act on that because it's probably in a place where Russia's already claimed that they own it. And so they can't call it an artillery strike there because they already say, oh, yeah, this is ours. It's our guys there. So just take a look at that. It's a pretty long video. It's like maybe a minute and a half there. And geez, that guy just, ugh, he's old. Has no business being anywhere near a front line.
No, Midwest, none of them do at the moment, do they? So, bull event over. He's found his bull. He's happy now. And Otis is the dog, by the way, not the cat. Um, so
Gotcha.
he's happy now. So, just on another point, we spoke a little while ago when we did our show together about Poland delivering additional MiG-29 Fulcrums to the Ukrainian Air Force. I think it was 5 last time. Well, they're going to send another 9. What do you think of that?
I like that. And my understanding was that the 5 was the last damn ones they had, and they were basically like, this is the last of our lot, but they found 9 more, or they found 4 more, or whichever. That's fantastic.
No. So Poland at the moment are currently taking delivery of new, brand spanking new, out of the box F-16s with all the latest updates, which you'll probably be able to speak to. I can't. I was trying to listen to a space the other day, and they were telling me, and it was just too much information overload. But they're replacing their MiG-29s with the F-16s, and the F-16, the MiG-29s are now going to, as the F-16s are delivered, the MiG-29s are now being delivered to Ukraine. What do you think?
Well, they're probably old and they may not have a lot of life left, but whatever life they have left, I guarantee Ukraine is going to wring every last flight hour out of those airframes and they're going to go out with a bang, making bangs, that is.
Absolutely, and apparently pilots are not a problem at the moment because they're all trained on F-29 MiG-29s to start with, or I would say MiG-20s. Is it 25 or 27s? But anyway, not a lot of difference between the two platforms apparently. But they've got enough pilots that they can just put them straight into service, which I think's just wonderful. An extra 9 airframes. That's brilliant news.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, probably what you're looking for is MiG-29 and Su-27. They have a very similar and familiar cockpit layout and that sort of thing between the two of them. So it wouldn't take much to convert a pilot from one to the other. They have very similar, I mean, almost identical instrumentation and everything. The Su-27s have a little bit more in terms of displays. Not that they have a lot of displays. A lot of it's just old steam gauges. Um, but yeah, those are very similar laid out aircraft, and it wouldn't take a lot to convert a pilot from one to the other and vice versa.
So which came first? Was it the SUs or the MiGs that came first?
I don't know which one was designed first. The Su-27 is bigger. It's more of a multi-role aircraft, can carry bombs and missiles, and has a better radar. Has
MiG-29 is older. It's a late 70s initial build, where the Su-27 is probably about 10 years younger.
Fantastic there. So, but yeah, they're very similar in layout. The Su-27 is quite a bit bigger, like almost twice as big. The MiG-29 is a very small and nimble aircraft. It's made for kind of a point defense. They're made to go up and attack something and come right back down.
It was made to be the counterpart to the F-16. They're both very small, nimble air superiority fighters back in the day.
And one of the main limitations of the MiG-29s, probably not a problem fighting in Ukraine, but certainly a problem for Russia, is that they don't have the gas. They got two big honking engines, and they're real fuel hungry, and they don't have the range. Basically, you go up, you go max burn to go intercept or shoot something down. By the time you get up to altitude and go hit that thing, you're pretty much out of gas, and you got to return to base. Again, probably not a big problem for Ukraine because, they might be going over, several hundred miles at, subsonic speeds, and then right when they're getting close to the front, they're going to drop some ordnance off. They'll get real high subsonic, whatever's safe for them to drop their ordnance, their hammer bombs or their harms or their JDAMs or whatever it is that they're using. And yeah, so probably not as big of a deal there, but yeah, those were made to be a real nimble, small fighter, not a lot of gas on them, and they're a pretty competent fighter for their age, anyways. For the area where they were built in, anymore, they're pretty well aged out as far as tech. But as far as tech goes, though, Ukraine is the leader in providing an updated like avionics suite for these things. The Su-27 and also the MiG-29s, and they had some big update that they were doing on them commercially. I think they actually did them for Poland, if I'm not mistaken, before the war, kind of updating their aircraft to make them more relevant as they're waiting for their more modern F-16s or whichever to come in. So Ukraine is one of the world leaders in updating these things. And so, yeah, the airframes are one thing. Whatever avionics and things they have on them, Ukraine is well adept at updating those, and also obviously getting them to where they can fire off American or Western kit without a problem. So
Yeah, because the last 5, it was made mention that they'd all be updated to take Western weapons. So I suspect it won't be long before all these 9 are the same's happened to them. Yes, I know, mate. I know. I'll be with you in a minute. Let me talk. You happy? Right. Sorry about that, people. But yeah, so it'll only be a little while. Sorry about before those are updated and they're on the front line, and they will be bombing the crap out of Russian positions, which I'm more than happy about.
you love to see it, my friend. I'm going to crack on with my list then. So I have a post here by Status 6. The first documented strike, the first documented case of a Russian BM-35 strike drone being equipped with a Starlink antenna. So these photos of the remains of a BM-35 with Starlink were published by the Ukrainian radio military technology expert Serhiy Flash. Flash says that only a matter of time until the Russians will start equipping their Shahed and Guran long-range type UAVs with Starlink. So that's kind of a troubling development there. Starlink isn't supposed to work in Russia. At least that's what we were told. Um, so I don't know if it still doesn't work. And then they buy one that is supposedly going to work in Ukraine, and then use whatever conventional means to get it over the line, and then turn on the Starlink so it shows that it's in Ukraine, or how that's working. But the BM-35 I think it's a little bit smaller than a Shahed. It's got the propeller. The main difference being it's got the propeller in the front rather than in the back like a Shahed. But it is a Dorito or triangle shaped uh, uh, strike drone there, and I don't think it's got quite as big of a warhead as the Shahed. It's maybe about half size, but yeah, it's interesting to see one of those with a Starlink on it, and yeah, that can be a troubling sign of things to come. All right, then. So moving on to my next thing, I've got a good FPV hit here by Rock Nafo Raccoon. So this one says the AFU spotted a sounder of diseased hogs and proceeded to cull them in Zaporizhia, or the Zaporizhia direction, anyways. So this is a good video. It's an FPV video. I think there's 7, if I counted correctly earlier, Russians, and of course they all run in a group together. So that's really convenient for the FPV operator, and it just smacks right in the middle of all of them. So last week, GenesisMan, we were talking about how they're putting 4 guys on an ATV and how that was a prime target because they got to take out 4 at once plus a piece of equipment. Well, here we got 7, I think, within the shrapnel range, and not any one of them 7 guys was, walking away from that thing. Maybe one of them or 2 of them might have lived and limped away, but they weren't walking.
No, and we're seeing more and more of that, aren't we? And I think the new defense minister of Ukraine was speaking in Parliament. I think it was yesterday or the day before, saying how the UAV squadrons and the UAV support in Ukraine is going ballistic, and they are exponentially getting on top of things. And actually, Mocker's made mention this a couple of weeks ago about the AI drone swarms, but he was saying that they're going to use AI to predict where the Russians are going to strike next, which I thought was an interesting development. So not only are they using it to use their own drones, but they're using it to predict where and how the Russians are going to strike it. Not that you need to, well, a simple man like me, you just look out for a column of Russian stuff to belt, which they've done over the last few days. I must admit, they've been whacking the hell out of Russian um, uh, um, armored vehicles up and down the front. And I was listening to a space last night, and everybody's going on about, oh, there seems to be a bit of chat around from people around how Russia are making gains. They're not people. And they're basically lying about getting through the lines and taking different places. They get one or two people with a flag up the road, a couple of miles up the road, and you can't defend the whole front. There's going to be little spots that you can get a couple of people through. They stick a flag in the ground, take a picture, and claim, or the Russian commanders claim that they've taken it, and then pass that up the chain. And they're at it again. I can't remember. I'll go and find it. I can't remember where it was. They said that they captured. The Russian command said they captured, and Ukraine basically went, "Yeah, we don't think so." Because no, that's not happening. So you're going to see this sort of stuff. You just need to get past it and wheedle your way through all the Russian propaganda that's out there at the moment. And as you'll notice, there's a lot of it around at the moment because they are in actual fact losing Midwest, and they're losing big. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, the only place where Russia's really good at fighting is in the information space. They are very good at that. The propaganda, spreading that misinformation, and yeah, so they're good at selling that, but that doesn't actually equate to battlefield gains. And like I was saying a little bit ago, when you claim to your commanders that you've taken this position and now you hold it, it's pretty difficult to justify calling in an artillery strike or a drone strike on that same area, 3 days later when the Ukrainians are obviously still there, and you can't do it. So it really, it's they're 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 cutting off their nose to spite their face kind of thing. It's like, yeah, okay, you claim you took this, you actually didn't, and everybody knows you didn't. Even your command probably knows you didn't, but then you can't turn around and actually use the tools that you have to actually take territory. So you're really just screwing yourself in the long term. And then you got to send in more of these, I don't know, that 70-year-old guy on the cane to catch some more drones or whatever. I mean, it's absurd. It is absurd. It's just an insane place we find ourselves in, and that Ukraine is having to constantly just fight this information battle while continuing to defend their land, and they're doing a good job of it. But it's just nuts seeing this stuff and seeing what these Russians claim, and it's insane. Right then. So, cracking on with my news stories here. I've got one from Sergei Sternenko. Thanks to Zdenka for turning me on to him as our chat last week when we had on the air. So here's a post that he popped up on my timeline now. I had followed him before, but didn't get any love on my timeline from him, and we'll thank Elmo for that. But went to his timeline and snooped around and gave him some love, and sure enough, now he's popping back up on mine. So on my news feed. So he met with the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. He says, I had the opportunity to discuss the most pressing issues, both regarding the provision of the armed forces and charitable activities, as well as challenges facing our state. I relayed the wishes and complaints from the military. We receive a lot of feedback from the front lines every day from all directions. And as a foundation, we're ready to provide even more of it, as well as to assist with the development of unmanned technologies so that the armed forces are stronger, so that Ukraine is stronger. Direct and frank communication is important. Thank you to the president for such a conversation. And you see that Sergei gifted Zelensky sort of it's a challenge coin, it looks like. And it says, uh, I had one of the gals translate in the background for me, but it's it's one of the challenge coins for his um, charitable group. So it says Sternenko Charitable Foundation. So that's really cool to see that, and obviously this guy's a big deal getting FaceTime with Zelensky. So All right, so I've got another story here, GenesisMan. So this one speaks to Ukrainian resilience here. So it's a post by Natalka. Natalka Kiev is the account. It says Russia will freeze Ukrainians into submission. Ukrainians, let's build a homemade stove from bricks and baking trays. We'll heat it with candles. Voila, plus 20C inside. Russia will never conquer these people. So you see this here. It's just a little simple, little brick oven kind of looking thing that they've rigged up on top of their, really, they're just a little end table there, using candles to heat these bricks. And that's exactly what you do if you want to keep a space warm for a long time. You heat up the stone that takes a long time to heat up, but then also takes a long time to dissipate that heat. And it really helps to, spread that heat out. So a couple candles under there, and that's going to heat that space up pretty well. What do you think, Genesis Man?
No. I saw that, and that pleased me actually, because they're using all the tools that they've got locally to sort stuff out. And the other thing I saw that was quite just the spirit of Ukraine actually was Kyiv was it's minus Christ knows what at the moment, chuffing cold outside, and they've got no electricity or heat. And so what do the Ukrainians do? They start building a coloured igloo. So they've coloured ice blocks, bricks, ice bricks they've made, and they've made this little igloo in the middle of the courtyard, and they're all dancing around it and just having a good time. I just thought that was brilliant. So yeah, you're just not going to beat the Ukraine spirit. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, on that exact same topic, my very next post by UA Voyager, Kyiv is facing massive power outages, and everybody needs to look at this one. This is a really good one. But people refuse to give up. Russia cannot break this nation. I love my people. So check this out. This is these these guys are out in Kyiv in the presumably sub-zero weather. You can see all their breath. I know they're in a bit of a cold snap right now, and somebody's got a portable speaker, a little boombox kind of thing, a little Bluetooth thing, and they're hosting a little bit of a concert right there in the middle of the town square. What do you make of that, Genesis Man?
No, absolutely right. And talking of happy people, Finn, how are you this morning, sir? Go ahead.
I don't know about happy, but hello, everybody. Yes, everybody should get acquainted with the laws of thermodynamics because it's a great help when you are cold and have a candle. So good work in Ukraine.
Thank you, sir. Will.
Hey, Nale, I've got a question for you, a Finnish question. I understand that Finland has sent two officers to Greenland to assess the situation. Is it true that one of them is named Simo and the other one is his spotter?
I can not confirm or deny that, but yes.
Isn't that a bit of an unfair advantage sending two Finns if they expect thousands of Americans to show up?
That math checks
Uh,
out.
I don't know, maybe, but I was quite astonished that they only sent two guys there to look around. But then David D commented that that's a so-called tripwire force, and apparently the US does the same thing around the world. So yeah.
Well, with about 5 or 8 different countries sending a few guys each, the Yanks only have 150 guys on Greenland right now themselves. So I think all these Europeans and the Nordic folks are just going over there to see what the real situation is and to report back so they can send over whatever they really need from their various countries.
Yeah, absolutely. But
Not
all
too
this,
hard to replace 150 Yanks, though.
I don't know about that, but all this talk about it being Arctic conditions there, it's like -3. Who cares? That's not Arctic. It's Arctic if you go into the north part of Greenland. Then it's Arctic.
Well, speaking from some place that's 35 right now, but it was a almost unbearable 16 when I got up this morning. That sounds harsh.
I feel sorry for you, Will. I'm working
I
outside
know.
right
Pity,
now,
pity
so
me, pity me, Nally.
yes, I pity you.
A balmy 16, Will. God, you know how to live, man. Anyway, Midwest. back to other stuff. So actually, Nale, at what point do you call it cold? That was a point.
Yeah, for working outside, maybe when it's -20, that starts to be a bit nippy.
A bit nippy at -20. I'd be frozen solid. Midwest.
Yeah, no, -20 C. Yeah, no thanks, guys. I'm gonna stay inside where it's warm. But hey, I'm not built the same as the Nords, so more power to you there, Nale. That's a little bit more than the Tid Nipply where I come from. Cracking on with my news summary here. I've got some good footage by the Wild Hornets interception of a jet-powered Shahed carrying an R-60 air-to-air missile. So this is interception of one. I mean, we've seen these things increasingly. We've seen a couple of them in the last few weeks that this has been a thing, and we see one here. This is a short-range air-to-air missile, heat seeker type that is located on the top of a Shahed drone, presumably so that they can shoot down, I don't know, an attacking helicopter or aircraft that is trying to chase it. But we see them getting intercepted here by a Sting interceptor from the Wild Hornets. So don't have to worry about that taking out any aircraft. It was taken out by a $800 drone. So fantastic to see that. My next one here, I see you've got a lot, GenesisMan, so I'll kind of get through the things I got here relatively quickly. I don't have a ton left. It's by Special Herson Cat. High quality video interception of a group of Shahed flying at very low altitude along the Dnipro River past Kherson. Some have a rear facing camera installed to detect interceptor drones. So you see, this is kind of a montage. It's a handful of Shaheds getting intercepted. Maybe there's 15 or 20 in the video. And you see some of them, doing some maneuvering of some sort. It's not real hard maneuvering, but a little bit left or right, or kind of banking or turning away, climbing, going down, kind of thing to try and get away from these drones. But in the end, they all get hit, and so it's a great place to splash them there over the river. You don't have to worry about them landing on anything or taking anybody out. Just land in the Dnipro and eventually fall out. Get taken out down to the Black Sea. So that's good to see that. We love to see those things. The next one I have. Oh, that I was shared by Prince. So that was one of yours that you put up there. That exhausts my post there, GenesisMan. It is time for numbers. I see that we have numbers. I posted them in the very far left of the nest. They should be there. Yep. I haven't seen an Air Force report, so maybe if you wanted to
Air Force
cover the
report is
numbers
in
here.
there too. I'll send it to you directly.
Okay, sounds great, Heather. Appreciate that. But yeah, if you wanted to cover the numbers there, GenesisMan, it's the furthest left in the nest. It is that time, and I'll see if I can't dig up the Air Force report.
Thank you. And while you're doing that, could you sort out the latest requester that I'm minded not to bring up? So I'll do the numbers, and you could do the Air Force report. So you scuttle off and find that while I go crack on through these numbers. So today, people, it was 1,000. Oh, we're back up. 1,370 dead or unable to fight anymore. Rusky MERS. Let's put it that way. Tanks, an extra I can't read that. 6. So an extra 6. That's good. Armored fighting vehicles, an extra 4.
Get more with
Arti-
Super Duolingo. Go app.
Sorry,
Sorry.
what was that?
Sorry, that was me.
Oh, that's fine. I thought it was somebody on the space. So an extra 4 armored fighting vehicles, which is good. Back at artillery, look at that. An extra 48. Rocket systems +3. Drones. UAVs. Here we go. Oh, that's down. That's terrible. 527. 527. Terrible. Listen to yourself, for God's sake. It's a superb effort, but not as good as they've been doing. Let me see this. Fuel trucks. Oh, blimey. An extra 180. That's good. And defense systems or special equipment, an extra 2. I would give that a sort of a B plus today. That's rather good, actually. You got the Air Force report? Midwest?
Yeah, I've got it ready here, Prince. Thanks for sending me that in the background here. Um, so on the night of or the morning as of 8:30 in the morning on the first of or the 16th rather of January 2026. It looks like there were a total of 76 objects that flew into Ukrainian airspace. I don't see any missile symbols, so it looks like these were all drones of various types. No cruise missiles, no ballistic missiles on here. So 76 total objects, 50 of which were the Shahed type of drones, and it looks like the Ukrainians successfully intercepted 53 of those objects. So that's a fantastic thing to see. Um, we have, let me see if there's any more detail in here. 19 strike UAVs were recorded hitting 9 locations, as well as the fall of downed ones or fragments at one location. The attack continues. There are still several enemy UAVs in the airspace. Follow safety rules. Let's hold the sky together to victory. So yeah, a decent interception right there, and not a very busy night out of Russia, which unfortunately probably means they're saving up some BS to chuck Ukraine's way in the coming days. Is typically how that works.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, sometimes just takes your breath away. So I've got a couple of things to talk about. One of the things that actually made me slightly proud the other day was Ukraine's motherland statue is lit up with the United Kingdom's Union Jack and Ukraine's flag, Ukraine, on the first year anniversary of the UK and Ukraine's 100-year partnership, which I thought was rather nice. So they've posted the Union Jack all over their lovely statue that I think is absolutely brilliant. Made me slightly proud, but there you go. So people have been sending me stuff Midwest in the background, and I want to circle back to the Greenland situation. Somebody sent me something. Would you like me to read it in a minute? I have to go and find it in another bit, but and it's from an American point of view, and I think there'll be some discussion points coming out of that. Do you want to do that? You
Yeah,
cover me for a sec.
that sounds good. If you want to grab that up, I'm out of stories, but I've got a couple of friends up here that I'm sure somebody's got something to say while you get that up. Um, yeah, I did see that also earlier. We were talking about this Zelensky just giving no quarter to uh, this new statement by Donald Trump that Ukraine or Zelensky's been the barrier to peace. He says it's clear that no matter what Ukrainians do, however many hoops we jump through, Trump will always support Putin's murderous campaign. Uh, President Zelensky said this regarding Trump's impression of the war. So yeah, I think that's very accurate. It seems like every time that Trump takes a little tiny bit of a pro-Ukraine stance, or at least a neutral stance, and stating the facts as they might be for once, we see him go back and yeah, cycle back and do that. We've got a requester here from Dan. I'm going to bring him up. Uh, Looks like you're coming up here, Dan. So welcome to the space. You got anything to say? Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, yeah, I added to that. Yeah, Trump is Putin's chump. I'm so proud of President Zelensky for stating that fact, and I just want to remind all all you European partners, start asking your government to start dumping our bonds. Stop holding U.S. debt if they're not going to support Europe or Ukraine, especially Ukraine. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, Dan. That would be the quickest and easiest way to bring America to the table. We have so much in foreign bonds; it's billions and billions of dollars, and we're working on the assumption that they're going to pick up these bonds, right? These previously friendly countries that we're now pissing on and telling them how much they suck. We're working on the assumption that they're going to pick up these bonds for basically 0% interest rates. Or 2% on 100 years or whatever the hell it is. Basically a 0% interest rate, right? It's not even beating inflation. It's a negative interest rate. Um, it's insane. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You want to make fun of the Europeans and piss all over them. Whatever you're going to do that, but you can't expect them to pick up your bonds for for pennies or for as a token of goodwill forever. That's not going to happen. What do you think, Genesis Man? You got that story primed up that you were looking for?
Yeah. So just to finish that point, I'm pretty sure the EU, the UK, and Japan hold the most bonds or debt bonds for the US. So I think they've already made some representations to the Trump administration about okay, mate, you need to be a bit clever and a bit more sensible, otherwise stuff's not going to go the way you think it's going to go, because we could dump this and cause you to go into a recession very quickly. So just a couple of what's it's before. This is quite a long read, Midwest. So it's an interesting take on the Greenland situation by an American commentator. The Suicide Pact. What happens the moment we touch Greenland? So it's written from a US point of view. If the United States follows through on the threat to invade Greenland, and we need to be crystal clear about what happens the next morning, this is not a real estate extraction or a routine military exercise. It is the geopolitical equivalent of pulling the pin on a grenade in a crowded elevator. And we all know that's not going to go well. The moment American boots hit the ground in Newark to seize territory from a fellow NATO member, the world as we know it ends. The consequences will not be temporary sanctions or angry letters. They will be total, permanent, and devastating. The first domino to fall is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization itself. NATO is built on the sacred promise of Article 5 that an attack on one is an attack on all. If the US attacks Denmark, as we are not just breaking that treaty, we are triggering it against ourselves. NATO dissolves instantly. The alliance that kept peace in Europe for 75 years evaporates, leaving the continent to rearm and realign against a new aggressor across the Atlantic. We don't just lose an ally, we create a unified enemy. The military repercussions will be swift and humiliating. Europe will immediately demand the closure of every single US military base on the continent. Ramstein in Germany, Avino in Italy, Lakenheath in the UK, all gone. Our ability to project power into the Middle East and Africa vanishes overnight. That's one thing I don't think people understand. The ability to project power goes immediately overnight. We will be evicted from the very soil we helped liberate and defended for decades, forced to retreat to our own shores as a fortress nation, isolated and friendless. Then comes the economic nuclear option. The European is the single most largest market in the world, and they will weaponize it. Europe will likely move to call in US debt, as we've just debated, and dump their dollar reserves, sending the value of our currency into a death spiral. The US economy, which relies on the dollar being the global reserve currency, will collapse. Inflation will make the post-COVID spikes look like a rounding error. Your savings will be worthless before the ink dries on the invasion orders. Corporate America will face an extinction event. US companies will be expelled from the European market. Apple, Google, McDonald's, Tesla will all see their assets seized or their operations banned. Trillions of dollars in market capitalization will be incinerated in minutes. The stock market will not just crash, it will close. We are talking about the complete deglobalization of American industry, cutting the US off from the wealthiest consumers on the planet. The skies will go silent. European aviation authorities will almost certainly ground all Boeing jets and ban US airlines from their airspace. Transatlantic travel will cease. If you're in Paris or Berlin, you are stuck there. The logistic arteries that feed our world supply chains will be severed. We will be cut off from the European medicine, machinery, and technology. We will be an island nation in the worst possible sense. The cultural isolation will be just as stinging. The International Olympic Committee and FIFA will have no choice but to bar the United States from competition, just as they did with Russia. There will be no World Cup matches in New Jersey. There will be no term Team USA in the Olympics, and they will be treated as a pariah state, unwelcome on the global stage, forced to watch the world celebrate without us. For individual Americans, the consequences will be personal and painful. Visa-free travel to Europe will end immediately. Americans currently living or working in Europe will lose their legal protections and residency status. They will become persona non grata, potentially facing deportation, or an intermittent the blue passport that used to open every door will suddenly be a red flag at every border crossing. That is the end of trust, and it will not reset. You cannot invade a democratic ally and then say, "My bad," 4 years later. The psychological break will be permanent. Europe will realise that the United States is no longer a partner but a predator. They will build their own defence architecture, their own financial systems, and their own alliances that specifically exclude the USA. The West will continue, but the United States will no longer be part of it. Invading Greenland is not a show of strength. It's an act of national suicide. We are trading our reputation, our economy, and the security from a frozen island and a handful of minerals we can't even process. The price of this real estate deal is everything we built over the last century. If we cross this line, there will be no going back. We will be the lonely superpower ruling over nothing but our own decline. And that was by somebody called Brent Molinar. What do you think of that, mate?
Well, I have a lot to say on that. I want to get a few thoughts in, then we'll go to Jenny here. Um, yeah, so let's start here. Um, so the base in Germany, the name just escapes me right now, as I have to say it, although I had it in my mind 15 seconds ago. Um,
Ramstein.
Rammstein.
yeah,
Ramstein.
Rammstein. That's the largest concentrations of Americans outside of America is the base and its supporting personnel that all live in Germany around the base. Um, that there's something like 100,000 Americans that either live, work on the base, support it, do whatever. You know, maybe there's people who are families who live there. Who, maybe the husband is stationed there, and there's a mom and 5 kids or 3 kids or whatever that live there that are living in a home in Germany, and this is quite literally leaving nukes out of it, but this is quite literally the nuclear option for America. This is the number one way to get ourselves um, turn ourselves into North Korea, right? Yeah, we'll still be an economic powerhouse, but nothing like we are right now. The status quo that's existed in the world of the United States being the reserve currency exists because we have made it and we've shaped it that way. We have made these countries, we say, hey, don't worry about it. We'll take care of your defense. We're going to have a very powerful Air Force base in your country, so you don't have to worry about this. You can, spend less on defense because you know that we're here. And now we're turning that narrative on its head. And if we if we did this for what's essentially a chunk of ice with what 50, 60,000 people on it, it would be, like you said, suicide of our nation. Aviano Air Force Base that you mentioned in northern Italy, uh, we've got nukes there. We put nukes there. That's one of our 4 bases where we have a bunch of our nukes in a foreign country. And we've had that for since World War II. Lake and Heath in your country, as well as a number of other bases in your country that are smaller and not as well known, those are intelligence corridors. Lincoln Heath has a bunch of fighters there. That's more of a fighter and tactical base, but there's a number of smaller bases in the UK that are intelligence corridors for the United States. It's where we take all the intelligence that we have gathered in mainland Europe, we route it up there, and we have guys that analyze it and then ship it back to the United States. That is a major hub of intelligence gathering for this part of the world, including the Middle East. Even, I mean, this isn't just Europe. I mean, this is well into the Middle East. This, what you just described, that's a very good take on that, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. My only hope on this, it seems like the Congress is actually doing something. They have the votes to try and stop the funding. If this were to be something that he decides to go ahead with, which the fact that they're even doing that means that a bunch of them do agree that he's probably planning something like this, he being the taco man. And so it's really frightening. I mean, this is truly an insane and frightening time in history for us all. So that's what I have to say. And Jenny, you got your hand up, and I'm sure you're biting your tongue off waiting to say something. So please go ahead.
Oh, but wait, there's more. So I don't know how aware people are of how goods are moved across the world. So obviously, we're not going to take a train, like if stuff shed on a train and drive it over to North America. That is going by boats. And who is the biggest shipping company in the world? It's I'm going to tell you, it's Maersk, and that's Danish. So you're talking Greenland, you're talking Denmark, and guess what will not arrive at American shores? Maersk ships. So you're cutting off goods to your country, and a lot of Americans who are not really that savvy are going to be like, who cares? But wait, there's more. Where's insulin and Ozempic made? It's Denmark. You're shit out of luck when it comes to insulin and other diabetes medicines. And I'm pretty sure that there's more. Also, Pfizer, if I remember correctly, that's a German company. And then you have AstraZeneca, which is a collaboration between Sweden and Germany. Hmm, you really you're really shitting not just in your own house and not cleaning out the crap. You're shitting on the dining room table. That is what Trump is doing. He's shitting on the dining room table, pretending it's steak and potatoes. It really isn't. So we're not, the administration really hasn't thought this through, and I'm hopefully somebody in in Washington D.C. is going to be like, holy fuck, we're really fucking ourselves sideways. No lube, barbed wire instead of lube. Because there will be stuff and you will be isolated. You will not have insulin. You will not have Ozempic. You will not get stuff, even if you could get insulin. Who is going to deliver it when it's Denmark that most likely is delivering it on its Maersk ships? So you're really fucking yourself. Which usually I take great pleasure in saying when it comes to Russia. I really don't want to see this happening to the US. So I'm really hoping there are good advisors around this idiot in chief and that will tell him, like, look at this. And I haven't even touched on the bonds. And I think that Europe, UK, well, EU and UK and Japan hold, if it's not around the 50% mark, it could be high, it could be lower. I don't remember off the top of my head, but we hold a lot of your debt. And that is the absolute last, I lost the words in Swedish and English. It's amazing. But last option would be to dump the bonds on the market. So do you prefer the EU, UK, and Japan to hold your debt? Or do you want it to be, I don't know, Senegal, Burkina Faso, that are run by the Chinese? I'm just saying it could be better, but most likely it's just not going to be. So yeah, there's so many things that I know for a fact that Carolyn Levitt just does not have the brain capacity to understand how much the US would fuck itself if they decide to take Greenland militarily. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennie. Nale?
Yeah, thanks. One great indicator is also that they had to make a draft for a new law that would prohibit the US from attacking their allies. This is total clown world.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Nale. And Midway, just the last point on that. And I know lots of people will say, and I'll probably get a bollocking from mockers, but talking about American stuff. It's just such a geopolitical shift. I just think we needed to cover it off and close it down once and for all. But the everybody says that, and Trump is spouting it left, right, and Chelsea. I'll take what I want because I've got the biggest guns. Well, America, actually, sorry, people, I've got news for you. You haven't. And if you were to take on Europe, and I will always include the UK in that, you're not going to win because you haven't got enough people, you haven't got enough tanks, you haven't got enough armored fighting vehicles, you haven't got enough planes to take us. And you can't fly 7,000 miles and then try and bomb us. That ain't going to happen. So don't even think about it. And for me to even be talking in those terms is madness, I think. But that's the place we've got to. I just thought it was really important to have a chat about this, Miss West. What about you?
Yeah, no, I agree. It is very topical, and it speaks to the larger geopolitical situation we find ourselves in. And you're absolutely right. A lot of America's power is the the power that we've built up over the last, what, 6 7 decades since World War II, establishing ourselves as the peacekeepers in the world, putting military bases in all these places. I mean, how many planes do you think that we have stationed in the UK, in Germany, in whatever, forward deployed, ready to fight the war against Russia, which we've apparently decided that they're our friends now. Um, and this is the whole point of our entire doctrine since post World War II era. And NATO, dissolving NATO would be the biggest mistake in history. NATO is the single most successful military alliance in history, right? We have not fought any significant wars since NATO was established. Yeah, we fought some regional wars. We fought, in the Middle East. We fought this in Vietnam and whichever, those are small potatoes. Not to minimize the casualties or the impacts of those wars, but those are small potatoes compared to what would happen if we kick off a war against Europe. I'll tell you that much. Europe itself is a powerhouse, and if you guys are pushed to really figure out how much of a powerhouse you are, we're in for an absolute world of hurt. Not to mention the stuff that you guys already have collectively. It 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 rivals or even surpasses our own. Our power is based on being friends with all these countries and having them on our side. If we put them on the other side, we are absolutely dicked. And I'll say too, to decoding. I keep trying to get you up, mate. I've cycled a couple times. I've sent you a couple invites. I see you like cycling up and down. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm sure you have something to say on this, and I want to try and get you up. So keep maybe recycle, close your app and close down, and we'll see if we can't get you up. And I see Iwana's got something to say, so please go ahead, Iwana.
Yeah, hello, good morning. Thank you for the space. I just wanted to say that the connection, the space is very unstable for me too. I lose connection, I lose sound. It was difficult to come up. Thank you for your efforts. I don't know, for decoding, there is an update that I did this morning, but it doesn't seem to solve the problem. So I guess you should try to get off the app, maybe clear the cache, and then come back. It worked for me. And as for Trump, I don't want to comment a lot, but I usually have an eye for parallels, and we are talking about AI sycophancy lately. And I'm wondering, the US administration is what made the Fox News and totally not professional stuff. I mean, totally people that come from different backgrounds and are not really diplomats, are not really, chief economists, are not really qualified for the job. And I'm wondering if all this sycophancy addressed to Trump, he's the great leader, he's almost the king, he will do it right. I'm listening in spaces that are still pro-Trump, and what I'm hearing there is almost like a religion. I believe in Trump. I believe everything will work out fine. We don't see the whole plan. He has all the strings and so on and so forth. I'm wondering if he's not counseled by AI, if it's not, this positive reinforcement, even if he has crazy ideas, even if somebody whispers in his ear a totally crazy idea, and then they try to justify it with some arguments and make it seem that it's right. It's not right, it's wrong. And he is absolutely a stupid person for getting along with this kind of stuff. And I really don't understand how the American people are allowing it to happen. I said I won't speak very long. So November is what 10 months away. I can't wait until November, and I do hope, I do pray that American people wake up and see the Wizard of Oz for what it is, a powerless old man with makeup that is making decision in behalf of the world.
Yeah, thank you, Iwana, for that. I also wanted to mention too, on that front, it's yeah, it's just it's a very honestly, the thing that scared me the most out of this whole thing, because let's be honest, the Taco Man does say a lot of crap, and you never know what he's being serious about or not. Um, this video that surfaced one day ago, it's the foreign minister of Denmark and the MFA of Greenland, and they just came out of a meeting with Rubio and Vance, and the very first thing they do is they hop out of their cars and they light up a cigarette and they look stressed as hell. And that video honestly scared me more than anything else, because it's like, okay, these guys just had a really awful meeting, and yeah, that's not at all a good sign. So um yeah, we've been on this topic for a while. I don't want to make this an American space necessarily, but it is certainly topical. What do you think, Genesis Man? You want to? I don't see any more hands. You want to continue on this, or you want to go on your news summary? Because I mean, I could rant about this till 4 a.m. my time, which would be an hour and a half from now. I'm sure Prince would be texting me and saying, "Get off the space. I need to go to bed." But what do you think, sir?
Midwest. No, the only thing I wanted to say was you were just talking about airframes that the US has and the Europeans have. So I'm pretty sure that the US has roughly about 250 fighter aircraft. Just to put it in perspective, people, the European part of NATO has over 1,400, and a lot of people don't um, think about little things like that. Yeah, so I'm with you. I just wanted to bring it up because somebody sent me that in the background, and it was just a really interesting. I am already going to get a massive bollocking from mockers, which I'm happy to take, but you know, goes around comes around sometimes. But I just wanted to claw it back to how it affects Ukraine. So if that happens, it will divorce America from any support whatsoever. I mean, it's tacit at the moment to Ukraine, and it will make the Europeans absolutely get behind Ukraine, which actually may be a really good thing because I'm pretty sure they're at the end of their tether now, and they might just turn around and tell Putin to just foxtrot Oscar, and we're going to put boots on the ground, and that's the end of that. I don't know how things are going to play out. It's just mind-boggling to me. But yeah, so we'll let Jenny speak, and then we'll close it down and go back to Ukraine, if that's all right with you, Midwest. Jenny?
No, you kind of said what I was going to say. It is related to Ukraine because if the US attacks Greenland militarily, then Europe will have like a war on two fronts. We're being attacked by Russia and the US, so we're kind of sandwiched in the middle. And the question is then, um, I think that they will swiftly go into Ukraine. This is my dream scenario. Also, I'm an armchair general. I'm one of the best out there, but I have no military experience. But what I would wish to see is Europe going going in with boots on the ground in Ukraine and kicking the Russians out of Ukraine, just all in, just to get Russia out, just decimate their troops and making them leave that way so that they can go full force in to protect Greenland as well, because I don't think that we should do both at the same time. That would be kind of hard, but that would be my dream scenario, just saying. But it does affect Ukraine because we do have to protect ourselves from two sides. Thank you, and fuck both this administration and Putin. I got plenty of fucks when it comes to this. I'll have bags full, loads and loads. Just fuck them.
All right, Genesis Man. Well, I exhausted my news summary I had. I saw you got a number of things primed up here. So if you're ready to shift gears and kind of go on a couple of these, I see you've covered a couple of them, but there's a couple that you haven't yet. So I didn't know if you had anything else there you wanted to cover, sir.
Now you got me searching for stuff. I'm just going through it. Hang on, people. So if people wanted to see the boom of the day, so it's I think it's the third or fourth in Chuckfire. How's it going? The next time you Vatnik tells you Russia will win, show him the video of this. It happened on the 12th of Jan, actually. Ukrainian strike on the thermal power plant in Oryol, Russia. Again, as usual, what is air defense doing? But that is a massive, massive strike. I mean, even that for a firefighter, even I'm going, yeah, that's a good. And that fireball must have been they're 100 feet, so 300 feet tall, and obviously hit a gas plant or the gas line in, which is now what I like. And as we all know, they're really, really difficult to put out. In fact, you can't put them out. You need to shut them off somehow in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, so Russia's not winning, people. Even though we're dooming and glooming about the USA, Russia is still not winning, even with the support of the Mango Mussolini, which sort of makes my heart glad at that. Oh, I've done that one. Yeah, I'm pretty much out of stuff, mate. I'm gonna have to go searching for other stuff.
Well, that's just fine. What about this? What about this post that Prince put up about the Zaporizhia region occupied Part Two substations were damaged? You got something to say on that?
Ah, yes, I did want to cover that. So, reportedly in the occupied part, two substation was damaged at the 330 kV substation. So, when they say that, that's kilovolts. So that's 330,000 kilovolts in Moloskansk, and the 150 kV subs are in Primorsk. And there's quite a few others that have been hit. So this goes to what the Ukrainians have been doing systematically for the last couple of months. They've been hitting these substations so that they start to take out the Russian electricity supply up and down the country, which will impact on their heating stuff here, there, and everywhere. So they're not going to have heat. And as we all know, it's starting to get rather cold. Not for Finn, obviously, but rather cold for Russia. I mean, it's down to -15, -20, which he said was, getting slightly cold, but for me, that's properly freezing. Yeah, so that's part of that game, and they are at it 24/7, and they are not giving up. And like Zelensky said a little while ago, yeah, you can bomb our infrastructure, but don't forget, we can do the same for you. And the tide is turning because I keep seeing loads and loads of drone strikes into Russia every day now. It's not like it used to be 2 or 3 times a week. Now it's every day, and the Russians are not talking about it a lot, which means that it's actually hitting home. Was all I had to say on that one.
Yeah, we love to see this war returning home to the ordinary Russian citizen that is the orcs. It's a reminder that hey, this war you started, it affects you too, and not only is it killing off all your men, but it's also you know it has real world effects for you. It's going to get really cold this winter, and you're not going to have heat, and that's going to suck. That's what Ukraine has been through. But I doubt that Russia's going to set up these resilience points, these invincibility points with heat and electricity, so that everybody can go and charge their phones and get warm and take their kids there during the day, so they have somewhere to be. Or that I think we're going to see a lot more like. This woman, like we covered earlier on, dumping her literal shit out in the common square. Um, there's nothing to say about that. Zdenka, I've got your hand up. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I was just going to say the governor of Belgorod is telling people to leave because their local power plant was taken out recently. Um, so he said, "Yeah, go live somewhere else." Back to you. And they're not providing any sort of support, I don't think. They're not providing like financial aid or assistance to move. Back to you.
No, he did a few days ago, didn't he? Rather than they can't fix the thermal power plant there. It's knackered. Ukraine has absolutely obliterated it, and they're not going to get any help with it. Unlike Ukraine, so Italy has begun delivering high capacity industrial boilers, 550 to 3,000 kilowatt worth in the region of 1.85 million, and that's euros, to help Ukraine's hardest hit communities, confirms the Italian Foreign Minister Andrii, and I can't say that. He emphasized that in response to Russia's winter terror, Ukraine is operating in emergency mode to secure energy support. In his statement, he noted this delivery is part of a broader push by the MFA and Ukraine's partners to reinforce the country's energy resilience. He highlighted a £200 million package from Norway for gas and equipment, with more bilateral and energy and air defence support expected soon. An upcoming energy Ramstein, oh, that's a new one, meeting is planned to mobilise new commitments from allies. The best help for our power grid is every Russian missile or drone that doesn't reach its target, said the Italian foreign minister, which is absolutely right. If you can't take out you need to take the arrows out, don't you? Is what I meant to say. And more air defence is the way forward, I think. And I've noticed that Italy also delivered, I think it was around 8 new SAM-T air defence systems, which is only going to make things a lot better in Ukraine.
Yeah, fantastic, Genesis man. I see that Nale's got his hands up, and then Zdenka following him.
Yeah, thanks. I find the fact that they had to evacuate parts of Belgorod, that is hilarious to me personally, because that shows you again how much that country sucks. And fuck them, and fuck Russia and Slava Ukraini.
Fantastic, Nale, love that. Zdenka, go ahead, please.
Um, the Czech Republic has actually supplied quite a lot of thermal heating, mobile thermal heating plants that you can attach to a hospital, or I'm not sure of the total capacity, but just today, the president of the Czech Republic, Petr Pavel, he posted about a big meeting with Ukrainians, and that Czechs are really going to like come in and help. It's on my timeline. I'll pop it in the nest. So that sounds good. Back to you. More help from Europe.
No, absolutely. And also, South Korea have sent a load of massive generators that they can plug in here, there, and everywhere. I think they delivered 7 or 8. And I know the United States has sent some as well. So everybody's chipping in. Everybody understands the problem. We just need to get it there and get it plugged in. Midwest?
Yeah, on Zdenka's point here, I had this queued up for earlier, and I forgot to put it in, but I have that post by Peter Pavel, the Czech president, and he went to Ukraine recently. I think this is from 14 hours ago, so I think he's probably currently there right now. He is in Lviv, and he visited a one of the makeshift memorials that the Ukrainians have set up in so many cities. And you see a really touching moment there where he goes and places a wreath at one of the memorial sites and does a bow and kind of a moment of silence, kind of to reflect on what's been going on there. And so his exact statement is, "I arrived in Ukrainian Lviv at a time when winter is intensifying the impacts of the war. Ukraine has been resisting daily Russian aggression for nearly 4 years now, and the rows of graves of heroes who defended their country and their families reveal its worst consequences. At this moment, Ukraine does not need our sympathy, but endurance and direct and clear support." So that's a pretty powerful statement from him. He's he's been a staunch supporter of Ukraine, and it's fantastic to see that, and just his acknowledgement of the ongoing cost of this war, which is tremendous for the Ukrainians and the Russians as well. But the difference is the Russians don't give a shit.
No, they never have, and they never will. And back to my point a little while ago about AFU attacking Russia. At this moment, rocket artillery and kamikaze drones are raiding Russian military facilities located in the occupied territories of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk. Loud explosions can be heard in several cities, and Russian military male bloggers are panicking about heavy losses, and so they should. Also, on a even better note, Ryazan oil refinery has been hit again today. That place is taking an absolute kicking. I can't believe there's anything left of it. Pity we haven't got Will here to update us on that, but it's getting hit again. That must be I haven't got my bingo card to hand, but that must be the 4th or 5th time that's been hit. And there can't be a lot left of it now. Absolutely cannot be, which is a good thing.
Yeah, that's a fantastic thing, Genesis man. That thing's been hit. I mean, yeah, I think 4 or 5 is even that might even be an underestimation. I feel like you're being a little bit conservative there. That thing's been gobsmacked so many times. It's a wonder that there's still anything left to hit there. Uh, so I have another post that I shared in the space. It's one from the left. It's by an account named Divana Ukraine. The Sound of Ukrainian. It says Ukrainian soldiers say that in Russian captivity they were not allowed to say even a single word in Ukrainian. Even pronouncing letters with a Ukrainian accent resulted in brutal beatings. When they heard the Ukrainian language after being released from captivity, it felt like warmth to them. Only then did they fully realize what happiness it is to hear the Ukrainian language. So, how many times throughout history has Ukraine felt that way and had to deal with their language being suppressed and having to, speak it in private or speak it quietly for risk of, getting the government's ire, and then now that they're their own country, and then now fighting with Russia, their POWs having to go through the same thing. It's just it's it speaks to their resilience, really, because it's like, you know, this language has persisted despite the Soviets, but we'll say Russia's best efforts to just wipe it off the face of the earth. I mean, starting with, no less than the Holodomor and all the horrible atrocities that have gone on under Soviet rule, banning the language, trying to convert everyone to Russian. And if not for people being resilient throughout history, Ukraine would not be the country that it is today. So it just really speaks to the Ukrainians as a people being a very resilient and amazing people, and I think we all collectively owe them a round of applause or a debt of gratitude for keeping themselves, you know, not forgetting who they are and keeping themselves who they are and fighting for what's right.
Midwest, you're absolutely spot on, and it's a word that I keep in my mind, but it's sort of not up there at the moment, and that's genocidal. People, this is a genocidal Russian war, and it is a Russian war. They started it, and it's a genocide on the Ukrainian state and people, and it has been from the start. Which that reminded me of that point, Midwest.
Yeah, so Genesis man, I actually thought of something else on this same topic now. We're talking about Ukrainian resilience here. And I saw this post earlier on, and I saw like a narrower shot of it and then saw a wider shot later. Um, so there's this video of I don't know what it is, some kind of it says a Shahed drone. Okay. So there's a Shahed drone that attacks this area. It's an area where there's apparently a statue of Bandera, and that is apparently what they were trying to hit. The drone hits, I don't know, 30, 40 meters to the side, ends up blowing up a playground. Thankfully, it's at night and there's no children there. And uh, this woman is out there, however, and when I first saw the video, I didn't know it was a woman. But what's amazing is she is clearing snow. She's scooping snow by hand and clearing a walkway or a street or whatever it is. It's not totally apparent by the video, but they're scooping, and then this drone hits, and she doesn't jump, she doesn't move. She kind of looks over in the direction of the drone. I mean, this thing hit a couple hundred meters from where she's standing. The warheads on these heads, I think they're up to like 40 kilos, like 15 to 20, but they can be up to 40. So I mean, this is a significant explosion. It's not a hand grenade. I mean, this is a really significant amount of explosive that's going off close to her. And she kind of looks over at it and then kind of shrugs it off and just 3 or 4 seconds later just keeps shoveling the sidewalk where she was shoveling. And I didn't know it was a woman or who it was. And then there's an update to the story. I posted this. It's in the far left of the nest. A reporter catches up to her and actually goes and talks to her, and she's a 59-year-old woman. She's a baba, and of course it would be a Ukrainian baba who's out there clearing the sidewalk and not giving a shit about the drones exploding around her and still doing the job she's got to do. It's just brilliant. I mean, these people are just the most resilient people on the planet. They have to be, and they absolutely deserve every ounce of our gratitude and appreciation. And they're going through hell every single day, and they just keep on going because that's what they need to do to survive. It just really speaks to that, and I encourage everybody to check out that video and the journalist that catches up to her and gets her comments on it. He's like, "What were you thinking?" She's like, "Well, there was a sidewalk to be cleared, so I just kept working."
No, Midwest. It speaks to the Ukrainian spirit, doesn't it? And I watched that the other day, and it's good to see the update today. She was just, just doing her stuff, and bang, all this stuff goes off around her. She didn't even bat an eyelid, and with the indomitable spirit of the Ukrainians, she just thought, well, yeah, I've still got to finish this up, so I'll crack on with that. You lot can just get on with it because it didn't hit me, so therefore there's no problem. Let's just finish what I'm here for. Absolutely. So on some breaking news, the European Union starting from the 1st of February, will lower the price cap on Russian oil from 47 to $44 per barrel. Now that's going to bite because it's already down to about, I think they're selling it at 30 something at the moment. Do you remember, Midwest?
I think one of the last things I saw was like 32, and I think I saw a post that claimed 29, but that was the only one that I saw. I didn't see that backed up, but last I saw was, yeah, like low 30s. It was selling to like 15 to $20 less than what the going price for Brent was, which last I knew was in the upper 40s.
Yeah, well, that means that it's even going to come down further because I know they're discounting it, they get rid of it, and China's buying most of it. Well, the Indians are buying a bit, and I think Europe's still taking some in some convoluted way, that you do ship to ship transfers and all that. But I don't think they're going to be doing much more of that with the shadow fleet being chased around the seas as it is at the moment. But just as an update, so there's more wins for Ukraine. The Ukrainian troops have recaptured the village of Maisk in the Donetsk region, so they're making slow but sure inroads to these Russians, absolutely, which I'm delighted to see. And again, people, I'll just reiterate: when the Russians claim they've taken something, they absolutely haven't. But when Ukraine puts stuff out, it's usually verified, and I tend to trust it a bit more. So they're losing in the next region, the region that they want to just take because they've got a couple of people stood in 5 feet of it, which I find really funny.
Yeah, one thing I've learned about this war and watching this whole conflict from the beginning is that Ukraine does not claim anything without having receipts in hand. If they claim that they've done something, they're ready to back it up and prove it, and they have receipts.
They always come with the receipts, which does make me laugh. Oh, here we go. Breaking. Finland and Estonia announced joining the common European military exercise in Greenland. More troops are coming in. So I know I shouldn't have break back to that, but that seems to be the on point topic at the moment. So there you go. Things are starting to build.
Yeah, I mean, the more European troops that get in there, the more committed those countries are, and the more that shows the U.S. that this isn't going to be something easy like you think it is. All these countries, even if it's a token force, are prepared to back this. I mean, how I don't want to get on a big rant right before we're about to close out, but how would we feel in the U.S. if Japan or China or hell the Philippines were like, hey, we're gonna go take over Guam. Guam's our territory. It's a lot like Denmark is, or like Great Greenland is to Denmark. It's not part of our country exactly. It's a recognized territory in that. How would we feel if somebody else was like, hey, we're gonna go into Guam and we're gonna take that because you aren't doing a good enough job? And it's just nonsense. And the other thing about Great Greenland that I didn't hit on earlier that I should have, and I thought about it, but there was just so much to talk about. Um, Greenland and the Danish have they have had a standing agreement with the United States that we can put as much military kit there as we want. We can have as many bases there as we want. If we're going to put planes there or people there or whichever, there's never been any disagreement about, yeah, go ahead, do it. we're the ones who actually pulled out and pulled most of our forces out and left a single base there. And now we're claiming that they're not taking care of it and it's going to get taken over by Russia or China. It's just total freaking nonsense, Genesis man. The whole thing is nonsense. Even in the current state that we're in, if we went to the Greenlanders and said, "Hey, okay, we're not going to try and invade. We're not going to take you over, but we do want to set up these other bases we pulled out of." I'm sure that they would agree and say, "Okay, we don't like all the bullshit you've said recently, but this is a fair compromise. We're still willing to have you have your bases here, and we want you to have your stuff." Like there's been an off ramp literally the entire time. The entire premise for whatever bullshit that Taco's saying is just total nonsense, and it's been nonsense from the absolute start.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And just as we say that, I get pictures across my feed from Vladivostok in Russia. The center of Vladivostok is well alight. I can't find out what it is. Let me read this complicated. Yeah, so they're having trouble firefighting. They're always having trouble firefighting because they don't know what they're doing. But I can't even find out what's on fire. But it's a large factory of some sort, and now that'll only be because Ukraine have deemed it a naughty area, i.e., it's part of the war effort. So they've obviously done something to it, unless the Russians have called it light. And oh my God, I've seen it all now. So one
No,
of the firefighters is now dousing himself down in snow because he's got that hot. What a lunatic! There you go. Sorry, sir. You were going to say?
no. Did you say Vladivostok? That's like way out east, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's why it's just come across my feed from LX, bless his cotton socks. And there's loads of it. And whatever it is, it's well alight, but they're not having a good time of it. So, uh, as I've stated quite a few times on the space, Russian firefighters, or the ones that are currently in Russia doing the firefighting, because the ones that should know what they're doing are all pushing up sunflowers in Ukraine. They just haven't got the experience to deal with these fires, and they're just floundering. They really are just floundering.
Well, to that, I will say, Genesis man, at least one spot in Russia is warm tonight.
Absolutely, sir. And we've got through it, and I'll probably get a bollocking off Mockers later for talking about USA. But I thought it was worth it. But so I did it. I'll tell her I did it. So
You should see the messages she sent me about that.
no, I know I'm in the doghouse, Prince. That's a given. But I'll just tell her I did it so she doesn't have to do it. There you go. That's me out.
There you go. Taking one for the team. And yeah, if that's you out, Genesis man, then that's me out as well. So I'll say Slava Ukraini,
Aram Slava, sir.
Slava Nasi.
Smith for a ham.
Smoke to him.
Smedfillaham. So just wanted to say thank you for everybody for the space. Me and Midwest got through it. Loads of stuff covered. Don't forget the fundraisers, people. We need to support Ukraine in every way, shape, and form what we can. Even a fiver will do it. But please give as much as you can to the fundraisers. And thanks for everybody for the space, especially you, Midwest. Well played, sir. I look forward to the next one. Over to you, Prince.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you all tomorrow or later tonight or whatever time it is for you. And with that, I will say Scarababachimus. Good night.
Papachimus.
Optimus.
Thank you for joining us on the radio. We look forward to seeing you again. Your audience. Your audience.